Great. Welcome to Thursday, July 3rd, City Hall agenda. Call to order, adoption of the agenda. Motion for adoption. Councillor Southcott, seconded by Councillor Isaacson. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Motion to close the meeting to the public. Thank you, Councillor.
I move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements, if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality.
Seconded by Councillor Palm. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Are we staying here? Oh, no, I was just saying if it looks like a relatively short agenda, we could just stay here unless you think it's going to be a long agenda. We'll head upstairs and to our July 3rd council chamber meeting. We're reconvening as we had a closed council meeting. I'd like to start by acknowledging we're holding this meeting on the traditional lands of the Klama Nation. And we'll start with the public input period. So, yes, please come forward. I'll just give a brief preamble so everybody understands. So, up to 3 members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment for a maximum of 2 minutes on items listed under legislative matters, committee recommendations, or new business. So please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Catherine Yorlofson. My comments are regarding the CTS traffic assessment. I first would like to speak to omissions. The traffic study did not include all existing traffic in this area. It does not include traffic from Venanda, Pacific Point Market, Windsor, and the condos at Joyce and Tofino. I would like to address at least one error in the statistics. In Table 1, Summary of Study Site Generated Traffic, in peak hours, it assumes only 1 person per unit, that this person only does 3.5 trips per week. But if they're working, it really is likely 5 trips per week. And that means the statistics in this one table are already off by 85%. But only 35% of Powell River households are 1 person. 39% are 2 persons. 12% are 3 persons. This results in 371 persons in 215 units. The statistics in this table, this one table, are off by over 300%. And this table is only analyzing peak hours. Errors in procedure, just one. This study has not looked at traffic patterns. Raw data rarely gives a complete story. For one example, I'm driving south on Joyce and I stop at Marine. Will there be a vehicle traveling east on Marine? Traveling west on Marine, traveling both east and west on Marine, exiting the Pacific Point Market, coming up Venanda. What happens when the ferry traffic east or west comes in? Do traffic patterns change when you add very dense residential development to a small area? Yes, they do. This study does not include an analysis of speed.
I'm just going to
Sure.
to see if there's a consensus
I'm
from
almost done.
council that you can continue for 1 minute.
Yep. Okay,
See, there's a consensus.
thank
Please
you.
proceed.
This study does not include an analysis of speed. Anyone that lives near Marine and Joyce knows that much of the traffic is going well over 50 kilometers per hour. I sincerely hope that each of you will consider these issues, omissions, errors, and errors in procedures as you listen to the report from CTS. In my opinion, it is inadequate. It may be that it fulfills the terms of reference. This does not make it adequate for the needs of the city and council in making a decision regarding the rezoning of beach gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Council. I'm Bruce Kipling, 7130 Westminster Street, Powell River. I'd like to make some quick comments on the CTS traffic study and some more general comments. I'm reading from my cell phone, so these comments may be slightly disjointed. I'm going to first talk about the actual statistical measurements of the traffic study. There's limited to only 2 days that were used for the traffic study, Thursday and Friday. During Thursday, May 23rd and Friday, May 24th. Very limited sample sizing. I find that from a statistical perspective, totally inadequate. Also, the base traffic analysis was only taken only from one marker, 9.5 kilometers north of Highway 101, because that's provincial data. They didn't have their own, or they had very limited data. They should have been having additional southbound markers, which they didn't include. I'm just going to go on to a few comments. Also, note that the study was extremely limited. Where was the actual traffic counts and the turn radius studies located? Doesn't say that in the report. I'm going to go on to a couple recommendations that they made was for a sidewalk on the west side of Caribou. Well, the sidewalk on the west side of Caribou has hydro and gas lines. Has the CTS study looked into the easement with Fortis Gas and BC Hydro? I don't know. Doesn't mention anything about that in the report. Also, it recommends a zebra crosswalk at Caribou and Highway 101. Having a crosswalk without any lights will 100% result in fatalities.
I'm just going to interrupt you
Sorry.
To see if there's a consensus for one more minute. Okay, please continue.
They also make a recommendation for one access vehicle corridor on Caribou and Lillooet. Why only one? And also they make a recommendation to close the existing vehicle access point on Highway 101. Why? They don't say why in the report. Also, they've used repeated phrasing, which is highly biased in reference to the intersections of Joyce, Marine, Caribou Marine, Lillooet, Marine, Westminster. Those are located on page 42, 43, 44, and 45. And the words say, based on the intersection capacity analysis, no operational or geometrical improvements are warranted on this intersection. So that they want no improvements whatsoever. They're happy with it. I just about see an accident every day on those intersections. In conclusion, the study fails to provide alternative routes. There's no other alternative routes. They never mentioned any. The study fails to use the intersection of Whitby and Marine. They forgot about that entirely. That Whitby and Marine is a very dangerous intersection. If they're routing their tractor trailers down that exit point, Westminster, and coming up on Whitney, can they even do that? It fails to incorporate road width, pitch, and radius. Again, large vehicles turning down residential streets. They're missing relevant data and possible measurement errors. They fail to ignore case mix bias, and there's a apparent lack of transparency. They fail to explain their full statistical methods, location points, and measurement tools. And of course, lastly, there's a significant publication bias. They have no negative points in this report. Everything is positive. It's obvious why it's positive, because they're trying to supersize the development. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. We have anybody else come? Please come forward.
Evening. My name is Bob Allen. I live on Westminster Street, and I'm here to talk about the Beach Gardens development. Today I had the opportunity of meeting with Jack Barr, one of the principals.
I know you're a little taller, but thank you.
This afternoon, I had the opportunity to meet with Jack Barr on site. Well, he didn't say he was one of the principals of Seaforth. He did say he was acting on their behalf. After going home, I had the distinct impression that he was looking to get his max occupancy, residence, as he possibly could. Forget about the rest of the neighborhood, forget about the traffic problems, and just get the rezoning through, and in turn, he'd either sell it or joint venture it. No plans of where traffic should flow in and out of the development. No plans for where the traffic should flow from the beach gardens up to the highway. I had thought I met with him to sort of show maybe an alternative, but at the end of the day, that alternative didn't make any, or he wasn't able to go through that alternative without wanting to talk about probably where the money would go into the beach gardens resort itself. I walked away with sort of a bad feeling in my mouth about his commitment to doing something for the neighborhood. I don't think it's there. There is one issue that I'd like to bring just on a short note, and I don't know if it's a technical thing that I have to do, but on the agenda this evening.
Let me just, I expect this will take slightly longer than 13 seconds. So
No, it's just one item, and I don't know if it's an oversight or not. This is the recommendations. You go down under 2, if you go down to E, a requirement that the application provide confirmation from the liquor board that the Beach Gardens Hotel can directly access Caribou Avenue. I live on Westminster Street, and under no way do I want semi-trailer trucks coming up and down the street twice a day to deliver their supplies to the hotel. Nor do I want all the other heavy equipment that come into the Beach Gardens to overnight in the hotel to come down Westminster Street at all. So I don't know if that's a misprint left out intentionally or just an oversight, but maybe you can include Westminster and Caribou. Thank you very much.
thank you. Anyone else in the gallery that would like to come forward? Do we have anybody online? Oh, thank you very much for.
At 3, so we need.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're at 3 unless we can get a majority consensus of council to accept one more. All right, please introduce yourself and 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Johan Voss. I'm a traffic engineer with the firm CTS. We do the traffic impact study for the proposed development. I just want to answer a couple of quick comments that were made by members of the audience.
Just going to interrupt.
Yes.
Yes, what we would suggest, as Councillor Dell was pointing out, is that you'll have an opportunity to present later and address any of the questions at that
Oh,
time.
sure. I'd be happy to. I wasn't sure if this was the only opportunity to provide some clarity. Thank you. I'll wait till then. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. We will now move to proclamations. 8.1, the first one is proclamation dealing with neighborhood block party. So, whereas community spirit and neighborly bonds are essential for fostering a sense of belonging and unity within our neighbors, whereas the tradition of block parties has long been recognized as a means to strengthen these ties and promote camaraderie among residents, and whereas the residents of Powell River, BC embody the spirit of togetherness and demonstrate a commitment to creating vibrant and inclusive communities, and whereas block parties provide an opportunity for neighbors to come together, share laughter, build friendships, and celebrate the unique character of our neighborhoods. Therefore, I, Ron Woznow, Mayor of the City of Powell River, do hereby proclaim Sunday, July the 26th, 2025, as Neighborhood Block Party Day in the City of Powell River. And I look forward to invitations to join your block party. The 8.2 is a proclamation dealing with International Assistance Dog Week. So whereas assistant dogs provide invaluable service to people with disabilities and transform lives by mitigating disability-related limitations, whereas the City of Powell River reaffirms our commitment to respect, celebrate, and recognize the contributions of assistance dogs and their partners this International Assistance Dog Week and throughout the year. Whereas assistant dogs are trained to high internationally recognized standards and include mobility service dogs, hearing dogs, ETS service dogs, and accredited facility dogs. And whereas mobility service dogs enhance personal mobility and freedom assisting people with disabilities in walking, balancing, retrieving and carrying items, opening doors, and completing household chores. Whereas hearing dogs notify people with hearing loss of specific sounds such as doorbells, telephones, crying babies, and emergency alarms. And whereas PTSD service dogs identify and/or respond to conditions like post-traumatic stress disorder, balance issues, chronic pain, or oncoming medical events. And whereas accredited facility dogs support healthy communities in therapeutic settings by supporting children, victims of crime, or vulnerable populations. Whereas 160 PAD assistant dogs support people in British Columbia and Canada, including 2 in the city of Powell River. And whereas all British Columbians and citizens of Powell River should be aware of the important functions of assistance dogs in the lives of their fellow citizens. Now, therefore, I, Ron Woznow, Mayor of the City of Powell River, do hereby proclaim August 3rd to 9th, 2025 as International Assistant Dog Week in the City of Powell River. I'm going to check out the assistant mobility service dogs. We'll now move to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion? Councillor Isaacs,
I move that the July 3rd, 2025 consent agenda be adopted.
seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to 11.1, which is the CTS Traffic Engineering Specialists regarding traffic impact assessment.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. For a quick admin point of view, how much time do I have for providing a brief presentation of our study?
Well, it's
5 minutes, 10 minutes? I just want to get an idea of.
I'll look at the, generally it says 5 minutes, but we can allow you additional time as required.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I was asked to be here on behalf of Jack Barr. Jack Barr is our client in this particular project. My name is Jan Voss. I'm a senior traffic engineer with the firm Creative Transportation Solutions. Our head office is in Port Coquitlam. We have an office in the Okanagan as well. I'm a certified traffic professional engineer in British Columbia and have been so for 34 years. Here in Powell River, I've been doing studies for the last 8 years. I've done 8 traffic impact studies for different developments, including Powell River Town Center, the Seaboard Hotel project we're here today. Each of those reports have been submitted to the City Hall as well as to the Ministry for review and approval. And my job is as nothing more than a technical advisor. I'm here to present the facts, tell you what my technical observations are, and let the community and you as council make the decision as to what is appropriate for your community. But what I want to do today is just provide a brief overview of the work that we did and our findings, and then answer any questions you may have, as well as provide a couple of responses to some of the comments I made earlier.
Quick point of clarity, sorry. If you can maybe tilt the mic or come a little closer, even I'm having a hard.
Sure, is that better?
That is worlds
Okay.
better. Thank you.
Thank you. You want me to start again, or okay, all right. We started this study in May of last year, and the first thing we always do is we work with the road authorities. In this case, it involved both the Ministry of Transportation Infrastructure as well as the city to confirm the study scope of work before we do any field work. That process resulted in an approved study terms of reference, which we then did our study on. And then the draft report, when we issued that, was reviewed by both the city and the ministry before we issue the final. As part of our studies, I've been doing work on the Sunshine Coast for the last 30 years, including a lot of work for municipalities. And I know the Powell River is no different. It's often impacted by ferry traffic. I also know that Fridays is typically busier than any day of the week, and August is usually your peak season of the year. When we access the ministry's perm traffic count station near the Salter Bay terminal, that is a wealth of information because it counts traffic 24/7, 365 days a year to give us the seasonal trends, what's happening in your community on Highway 101. Yes, it doesn't include local traffic, but it gives you a good idea of what the seasonal variations are. And we have a graph in our report that shows how August is the peak. And from our point of view as a civil engineer, we don't design for the absolute peak, because if not, we'd be building parking lots that are empty for every day of the week except for the week before Christmas, for example. So we design what's called for the 85th percentile demand. So we design for the near peak, but not the ultimate peak. And what we found during that process is for the Sunshine Coast, it's usually between June and September are the ideal months to collect data. I cannot pick and choose when we get hired to do a specific traffic impact study as an independent advisor. In this case, we were hired in May. We collected the data the weekend after the May long weekend, which was the U.S. Memorial Day weekend. We then looked at the ministry's data to take a look and see what the seasonal variations are. And we found there was a 17% factoring that we had to do with our data. We collected the data on the Friday because the data showed that Highway 1 at that location, that's the busiest day of the week. And with regards to the resort, it makes sense because people are also arriving as well too. We then applied the data that we collected, and there was a question about how that was counted. We actually used traffic cameras, and we counted traffic for 12 hours. And then from that, we took out 6 hours of data that's actually presented in our study. And I can tell you how much traffic entered the Beach Gardens Resort. I can tell you how many trucks we captured and measured and stuff like that. That data forms the basis of our analysis. And traffic engineering study, we always focus on the design hour. It could be the morning peak hour, it could be the Saturday midday shopping hour, it could be the Friday afternoon peak hour. Here in the Sunshine Coast, especially Powell River, it's consistently the Friday afternoon peak hour. And when we work with the ministry in the city, that's usually when they always ask us to look at from a design point of view. And that's what we did in this particular study. There was a reference to Table 1 about the IT, which talked about the forecast traffic volumes for the site that one members of the public had mentioned. These are standard vehicle trip generation rates that we use in every study across the country, not just specific to Powell River, not just specific to BC, but across the country. It's a national standard that we apply these rates to, and it's for average developments of different types. And so these are, and yes, if you look at an individual house, you can say an individual house could generate one vehicle trip an hour, but there could be 3 people living there, but maybe one of the people is not driving, it's not of driving age. One person may be retired, or maybe someone's not working. But these are blended rates from across the country, and that's what we used here, and this is what the ministry had approved. And so that was taken into account. There was one of the things that I noticed when I did my site visit here in May of last year was I noticed in my report, I documented my report, quite a few deficiencies of the 4 intersections we were asked to look at. Each intersection had problems, and those problems were noted in a report, and I recommended those deficiencies be addressed. And I was out there again on site again today, and I noticed not a single one had been addressed by either the ministry or if they were the city's responsibility. So it's not like the report that we did show that there was no improvements. In fact, there were improvements recommended. They just have not been done yet by various parties. There was a question about traffic patterns. I always, as a matter of course, make sure I always pick up the ferry dump, as I like to call it, because it's a very specific 15-minute dump. You can see it in our traffic data. You can see it in the traffic data that's in the appendix of a report, and that's what we look at when we look at our particular study. There was a comment about we didn't include development traffic or traffic from other areas. When we developed the scope of work with the ministry and the city, we basically asked them, tell us what else is happening in the area. What else do you want to add on top of that as a layer of other traffic from different developments so we can incorporate those? And in this particular case, we were asked to not add anything else to it. We would just use the base volumes. We were supposed to factor them up by 17%, which we did. And then we used a growth rate of, I think, about 2.39% or so per year, which was a historical growth rate on Highway 101 for this region. And we applied that to all of our factoring. And then on top of that, we layered the traffic specific to Beach Gardens. Specific to Beach Gardens, I do want to mention that we actually measure the driveway volume of Beach Gardens as well too. I can tell you that we count the traffic in the morning, midday, and afternoon. I can tell you that we count 4 trucks that use that particular driveway over the 6 hours that we were zeroing in on. And then we then reassign that traffic to use the Caribou access at Westminster, because that was our understanding was the vision for the particular development. If it goes somewhere else, that's fine, but that's what we did in our particular study. One of the things I noticed in my field work was the existing site access on for Beach Gardens is too close to Caribou. I think you probably can all agree with that. It does not meet current design standards for proximity of major driveways to a major, what I consider to be an important intersection, especially with a bus stop. And so the ministry, of course, saw that as well too, and I think they were keen to move the traffic to a different location. And the applicant was proposing this to be on Caribou, which the ministry supported. I do want to mention that although we had forecast about 120 vehicle trips for the particular development that's being proposed, if the site plan we used also had 7 different access points. So it's not like all 120 vehicles will be using one access the whole time. There'd be 7 different places where they'd be going to. Yes, the majority would be going down Caribou to Westminster to go down to the resort and to the restaurant. But then the rest of them are all our housing developments, and they'll be accessing the new site accesses on either Lillooet and on Caribou. There was a question about sidewalks. One of the things I always do is I'm always looking to try and create a transportation plan that provides support for alternative modes of transport. You have a bus stop and bus service across from the site. There will be service workers that will use the bus service to get to and from their jobs there, but there's no sidewalk there. So, yes, I don't know what's below the ground. I just, it could be a gas line, could be something else. But what I do know is that there's no sidewalk there right now on Caribou north of 101, and there definitely isn't south of 101. And one of my recommendations was that the applicant make sure they construct a proper sidewalk so that their staff and customers, if they want to come that way, can access the bus stop safely, for example. That's basically the key things I want to mention. Collision, we normally don't look at collision unless it's brought up by the ministry as being a collision concern. So they would have their own internal vetting process to figure the top 10 locations where there's a collision prone location. To me, I would say if I was going to choose any of those locations, I would say Joyce and Highway 101 or Marine is probably my biggest concern. The sight lines are poor when you're trying to make a left off Joyce. The stop bar is still too far back from where it should be. There's no painted stop bar. In fact, the only painted stop bar in the area is actually on the access to Beach Gardens, which is actually painted yellow, which is the wrong color. It should be white. So, I encourage you to look at your painting, have your painting contractor freshen up, because the ministry is saying that's the city's responsibility, and the city, I think, was saying that's the ministry's responsibility. And that's not my responsibility to figure out where the jurisdictional line is, but we did identify our recommendations in the report. So,
do we have questions from council? Councillor Southcott.
Thank you. Really appreciate your report, the report that we had weeks ago, plus you going over it again to explain how you did this, because there was an awful lot of data in that report that it's all written in ways that take a fair bit of concentration to figure out exactly what this all means. And I realize the complexity, that's just a matter of the complexity of it. I know Ministry of Transport does not like lights. And my question was going to be, do you think there's any chance there could be a light at Caribou on the highway? But what I heard you say was where better control needs to happen is down at Joyce, which has been a contention in the community for a long, long time, particularly since that extremely tragic accident back around 20 years ago. So what would your view be as far as that goes? I really can't see 2 lights happening there. Just kind of knowing through experience what we can expect from Modi.
yeah.
Can you even hazard sort of a guess or advice as far as that goes?
Sure. So Part of the things that we do in any traffic impact study, and we, whether we're working for a developer or an architect, or we actually get hired by the city often to do a traffic impact study independently on behalf of another applicant, is we'll do what's called a capacity assessment of the intersection. We'll look at the laning. Well, how many, is there a left turn lane? Is it a shared left through right? Perhaps there's a right turn lane. Maybe there's a left turn lane, and maybe it has a storage length of 50 meters that can store 7 cars, for example. All these things we take into account in our field visit, and then we develop a computer model that models the intersection with different traffic volume forecasts. So we look at existing volumes, both the morning and afternoon. We look at future without the development. We look at future with the development. And sometimes we usually look at least 5 years beyond to see what may be lurking in the background. And from the capacity analysis, we determine if there is anything is failing or triggering an improvement. And typically what I like to do in smaller communities like Powell River is I like to lower the threshold for the delay, which we have a letter grade that goes from A to F, and that's pretty self-explanatory. A is excellent, F is failing. And in large urban areas like Metro Vancouver, Kelowna, Kamloops, they'll use level of service D as kind of their threshold for when you need to do something. I like to use level of service C overall to trigger, which is still a very good operation, but the level of delay is starting to be of concern to what the local citizens and the community leaders are used to, for example. In our analysis, we found that neither location required a traffic signal at this time. The ministry does have a warrant procedure, which is based on different things. Could be collision history, could be the vehicle volumes, could be the side street volumes, could be delay to the side street. So if there is, for example, regularly a queue of 20 cars on Joyce Avenue trying to make a left on Highway 101, then there would be a very large delay associated with that, which would indicate that some sort of way of allocating the right-of-way between 101 and Joyce should be better done, and that will be done with a signal. I think at this point in time, I have not found a need, at least from I've not looked at collision data, so I can't comment on that. I just know that particularly at Joyce and Marine, I'm quite disappointed because one, there's still the curb parking block that was pushed out from the corner store onto the sidewalk, so there's not enough room for a wheelchair. It's been that way for a year now. No one has bothered to move it back off the sidewalk. There's still no stop bar on Joyce Avenue. The stop sign next to me, look at, if you want to stop the stop sign, you'll be at least 10 or 12 meters behind Marine Way, and you can't even see around the corners, and then you have to move forward. So, it's an intersection waiting, crying out for some basic improvements. And I would encourage the ministry and the city to sit at the table and say, okay, we'll do this if you do that, or something like that, because once it's documented, then someone should really be at least saying, yeah, we can do that, or no, we can't afford it. Maybe it's a signalization, but we can budget, put in our capital works program for the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So my question has to do with when most cities have hotels and restaurants and marinas and all of those kinds of things, they're not normally accessed off a residential street. Is it your experience that it should be a proper street, not a narrow little residential street, to be handling that kind of traffic?
Yes, it should be
because it
designed.
doesn't.
So I have. So what I'm doing what I do at my stage is basically at the application level, where we are just looking at how much traffic are we talking about? Is there anything that's failing? Does anything need to be mitigated? And then that goes to the civil design consultant to then actually upgrade and do their design. I've not seen any civil drawings yet for Caribou, for example, or what the access may look like. I think that's still something that has to be done. But
it's currently kind of inadequate for the proposed.
Yeah, it's a
use.
grandfathered road, as there are many roads in many communities. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor. I noted that Westminster up to Whitby Avenue didn't seem to form a part of your study or any recommendations, because I think there's a bit of background in this community of traffic going along Westminster up to the highway rather than going up Caribou. And so it sounds like the scope of work was based on what was directed to you by different levels of government, but could you speak to anything that you can share about the decision not to include that in the risks, like risks associated with not in doing that assessment as part of this?
Sure. So Whitby was never brought up by the city or by the ministry as of concern or to be considered in a report. What I did do was I looked at the intersection of Caribou and Westminster a fair bit. I mean, I've got all the data that I mentioned before we collected. I've done field visits now. Today's my third day of field visits at that particular intersection. And we did actually include that intersection in our study because that's going to be that was our understanding from the applicant, that was going to be the main access to the hotel complex, separate from the housing accesses. So we took the traffic that we measured up at the existing access, shifted it down Caribou to the new access at Westminster, and then added on top of that the other development traffic that will be proposed with the development.
I think some of just a follow-up, Mayor, the concern is it's easier for people to access the highway going along Westminster and up Whitby rather than going up the steeper Caribou. And so, I mean, you did the study based on the direction that you received in terms of scope, but I know that choice of access points to the highway and the slighter grade along Westminster up to Whitby is a concern. And so I don't know if you have any additional thoughts to share about that.
My only comment here, Councillor, is that the majority of traffic we modeled at that intersection in our future analysis was the resort traffic. And the resort traffic is typically non-local residents who are just going to and from a place that they have a booking for a weekend. So it would be reasonable for me to assume that the majority of that traffic would go back up Caribou to 101 to the place they're familiar with to return their journey either to the ferry or head over to downtown Powell River.
Okay, thank you.
So when I looked at the property and I looked at what they want to develop over the next 20 years, it immediately became obvious that why wouldn't they put in a new road on the northern side of their property? So that way they have no impact on the existing community. They can design it in a way that would be good today, 5 years from now, and 20 years from now, and would remove a lot of the issues that we're hearing about. Did you look at that as an alternative?
Sorry, forgive me, Your Worship. Are you referring to a potential new site access, a rebuilt site access on 101 at the top of the hill?
Off of 101 into the property.
As of this moment, I've not looked at that because we were told that the access was going to be closed, and so we looked at how would the intersections work coming in from the side streets, both Lillooet and Caribou.
Okay, so there was no consideration of a new access road.
No.
Yeah, I think
not at this
that was a
time.
failing, but any additional questions? Slip on.
Thank you, Worship, through the chair. Thank you for being here today. And I had the pleasure to walk the property the last couple of days a couple of times. And it came as one of the citizens pointed out to me on our walk. He had a concept in mind to alleviate concerns in the neighborhood. And it made a lot of sense to me. And I think by walking with Mr. Barr and the resident again today, we both were nodding our heads saying, yeah, the existing road that's coming up from on the south side of the beach gardens from the lower level could easily be redeveloped and extended further up New Westminster and then out on the upper portion of Caribou, and would alleviate much of the traffic concerns in the neighborhood of people using New Westminster to access the hotel or whatever the case may be. So that concept made a lot of sense to me in terms of taking the heat off of that neighborhood. Same thing on the other side of the property, which I walked yesterday, not with Mr. Barr, but with the resident. There's enough property available to also provide an in access to the property on the west side of the property so that we're not using, well, I'm not sure, what's the name of that street on the west side? Lillooet. Instead of using Lillooet, which has 10 houses on it and bothering the residents there, a road also could be easily developed to enter the property and alleviate much of the concerns of the residents that are here tonight. So I just want to express that. And I'm hope that that can be taken into account when, even after rezoning, when we're talking about development and traffic, because this can take a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that I want to express, if it's done right, it will be a major upgrade to that property, to our community, to the hotel that will be revamped, and housing for our community. So it makes a lot of sense to me, as long as things are done right in a sensible manner, in a safe manner, taking the heat off both of those side neighborhoods, that this can be done, because it's, as I say, it's going to take a long time. It will be done in stages, and that's going to take a long period of time in itself. So a lot of the concerns being expressed right now by the residents, we're talking 10 more years down the road where we have 240 or so many residents coming in and out of that property. That's my understanding. So I just want to express that to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Isaacs.
Yeah, I think a lot of our questions and concerns would be good to ask during the section of the report where we get to the next section of the report where we talk about the Beach Gardens complex, and we can talk to staff about it. But I did have one question about this idea of having an additional access point from the lot rather than through Caribou or Lillooet. And I'm wondering, based on your experience, what Modi's preferences are around the number of access points to a highway in an area, or whether we could foresee resistance from Modi's standpoint on adding access points to a highway.
Well, I would respectfully suggest that when you this is discussed with MOTT now, which is, I guess they're called, Ministry of Transportation and Transit, is that what will be doing is just replacing existing access. So there is no net increase in accesses on 101 between Lillooet and Caribou. All you're doing is rebuilding it in a new location that would be built to current design standards. I would like to add that, up until now, that has never been brought up as one of the access scenarios that we were asked to look at as part of our study, and that's just fine. This happens often as designs work their way through the process. But we then be going from a situation that we analyzed, which had a site with basically 7 accesses, to one that now only has 1 potentially, except for emergency fire access, like there is right now with the gate at Caribou and at Westminster. And so you then have a bit more of a concentrated point of view of traffic, that one location. Looking at the traffic volumes in our report, I don't expect it will require a signal. I think it'll work fine as an unsignalized intersection. But that would have to be analyzed before I can comment further on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to 12.1. The draft bylaw, zoning amendment 122, Beach Gardens Complex. You have Director Gao.
Good evening, Council. I've just shared my screen. I hope you can see that. I think you can. So the purpose of this report is to present draft amendment bylaws that propose to amend the zoning and land use designation for the Beach Gardens complex to facilitate a future multi-unit residential development. On April 3rd of this year, staff presented an introductory report related to the proposed redevelopment of these lands. And at that meeting, Council resolved that staff be directed to prepare for Council's consideration draft amendment bylaws that would facilitate the redevelopment of the Beach Gardens complex. So today, staff are here to present these draft amendment bylaws. The first is Amendment Bylaw 2777, which proposes to amend the official community plan. And it does so by proposing a new land use designation for the Beach Gardens complex. Currently, these lands have a land use designation of urban residential single family, and the bylaw proposes that they be changed to mixed use commercial residential. This would better reflect the currently permitted activities taking place on the commercially zoned land where the hotel is situated. And it would also support the rezoning of the remaining lands to permit medium density multi-unit residential development as desired by the applicant. For context, the Pacific Point properties at the intersection of Joyce Avenue and Highway 101 is an area in the Grief Point neighborhood that is already designated as mixed-use commercial residential. And when these lands were redesignated from urban residential single family to mixed-use commercial residential in 2018, a small but vibrant neighborhood node was established. Extending this same land use designation to the Beach Gardens complex could connect and strengthen this node and further establish a stronger pedestrian-oriented neighborhood focal point for the Grief Point area. The second draft bylaw is Amendment Bylaw 2778, which proposes to amend the zoning bylaw. The Beach Gardens complex consists of 5 separate parcels that vary in size and zoning. The owner's proposal aims to reconfigure the 5 parcels into 2 lots and then rezone them. You can see that on the diagram on the screen. Once reconfigured, the zoning of the newly defined lots is proposed to be C4, tourist commercial, and RM4, multifamily residential 4. If successful, the area currently zoned C4 would be reduced and the area currently permitted to house multiple unit residential development would grow. The C4 zoning would remain intact with an additional permitted use that would allow Salish Seas Spirits, the craft distillery established on site as per temporary use permit 12, to operate indefinitely. As for the proposed zoning of the remaining lands, the April 3rd and June 3rd reports both provide rationale for why rezoning these lands from RM3 to RM4 is supportable. And it's largely based on the fact that the applicant already holds development rights that were granted decades ago, which permit a development of similar intensity on these lands. In terms of next steps, linked to consideration of draft amendment bylaw 2778 are a series of recommended subject conditions, and these are broken into 2 categories. Those that should be required prior to second reading of the amendment bylaw and those that should be required prior to consideration of final approval. So prior to second reading, staff recommend that the applicant confirms that servicing of the subject lands is feasible. This can be achieved by the applicant working directly with third-party consultants that manage the city's servicing models to confirm water, storm, and sanitary services are available to accommodate the development. Number 2, that the applicant engages a qualified professional to prepare a preliminary site servicing plan. And this will illustrate how the applicant intends to align with city bylaws that dictate acceptable levels of servicing with a specific focus on the off-site works and servicing requirements such as road improvements, including street widening, and the provision of sidewalks for Caribou Avenue, Lillooet Place, and Highway 101 within the proximity of the subject lands. Number 3, that the applicant prepares a voluntary community amenity contribution offer. This could include an offer related to the provision of affordable housing to support the city achieve its goals and objectives in line with the recent interim housing needs report. Number 4, that the applicant engages a qualified professional archaeologist to conduct a preliminary archaeological field reconnaissance. And this is a requirement based on referral comments received from Kahama Nation. Number 5, that the applicant confirms that the access to Beach Gardens Hotel from Caribou Avenue is supportable by the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch. This requirement would address the questions raised by many adjacent property owners about the legitimacy of the proposed access point at Westminster Street and Caribou Avenue. And just to clarify, I think Mr. Allen referenced this in his 2 minutes prior to the agenda or prior to other items on the agenda coming forward. The intent there was never to remove Westminster as part of that consideration. So to clarify, it would be that either one of those streets, the concern being raised by many in the community was that those streets, the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch would not permit access directly onto those. And so I think clarification from that provincial agency is required. And number 6, that the applicant engages a qualified professional to prepare an environmental screening report. and this will outline potential environmental impacts associated with the development of the subject lands and allow council to consider whether actions should be taken to mitigate any of the potential impacts. So each of these represents additional information that could impact the viability of the proposal, the layout and the development of adjacent roadways, and the broader benefits to the community if approval is granted. Requiring these prior to second reading allows council to assess whether there is merit to consider further readings of the draft amendment bylaw. And then subject conditions prior to zoning approval. Staff recommend that the associated subdivision be completed prior to consideration of final zoning approval. If I just go back a slide here, it's kind of described in these images. While this might not look exactly like a subdivision, what we're talking about is amalgamation. But what we're looking at here is going from 5 parcels down to 1 and then to 2, if you will. So this idea that we would require that the subdivision be completed prior to final consideration of zoning approval, this is a relatively standard requirement, and it's typically recommended to avoid the creation of split zone properties. It will also ensure that those requirements that are linked to subdivision approval, such as offsite works and services that include improvements to roads, are completed before further development rights are granted. So moving forward, if council accepts the recommendations that's outlined in this report, following receipt of the required deliverables from the applicant, staff would analyze and prepare another report for council's consideration. At that time, it may be appropriate for council to consider second reading of the draft amendment bylaws and direct staff to schedule a public hearing. Alternatively, council could insist that before any further readings are considered, the applicant hosts a public meeting and share the findings from the deliverables produced related to the associated subject conditions recommended by staff. So that completes my presentation. Included in the report for you are recommendations from staff to read draft amendment bylaws 2777 and 2778, each a first time, subject to the conditions listed in the report. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Director Gao. We have questions. Yes, Councillor Isaacson.
Question through the mayor to Director Gao. A lot of discussion happened, you would have heard with the consultant around an independent access point or access points to the highway rather than the sole one for the beach gardens being through Caribou. I'm wondering, and I think I asked this question the last time, about the stage in the process where that becomes a possibility or not, and whether like it seems to me if these 2 parcels are zoned separately, and for example if this second lot in the future is sold, there's no covenant, there's no requirement for access through the site that is at the top end of the parcel. And so like I am not, so if you could talk me through a little bit of process and where opportunities for change exist in this process, whether it's the zoning and the official community plan process or the development permit application process that would happen in the future before any of these, particularly the changes at the top of the property would happen.
Absolutely. So through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, I want to start by highlighting that what we're looking at currently is an application that was submitted by the property owner or their agent. And it was quite detailed, and you don't always see that at this stage. And so those details are really what we're talking about at this point. They have a vision of accessing Caribou and Lillooet, and I think I also want to make sure that council is aware of their power. Land use approval powers are great. Council has entire discretion as to whether they choose to support a rezoning or not, and may choose at this point to flex their land use approval powers and indicate to the property owner that there may not be support from council to see access out onto these side streets, and that in fact you would like to see something through a central corridor that accesses Highway 101, and that would be your power. I mean, that is, you have full discretion when it comes to land use approvals. You could just not approve it and say, no, we're not supportive of this particular layout as proposed. Go back to the drawing board, work with staff, and come to the table. I think from staff's perspective, what's proposed, albeit an impact, and I think I was clear through all of my reports, I recognize that there will be an impact to the adjacent community, no doubt about that. But our bylaws as written support the layout that's shown. I think some of the bigger questions that are coming up right now are about, road width and will there be sidewalk? And so actually the second subject condition there, from my perspective, is actually the tool that's going to allow us to get to a place where we can actually start speaking about specifics. It's the tool that's going to say to me as the city's approving officer, do we have adequate road dedication for either Caribou or Lillooet? And as a result, do council actually need to require road dedication as a condition of zoning because the road dedication isn't adequate? And so that's the reason it's actually in there as a consideration of second reading, because I want, as the approving officer, to see what's there, but I also want council to see what's there. We may need to require voluntary dedication of road in the vicinity of Caribou. I traveled it myself and know that it to be very narrow and not adequate to provide the level of service that's required based on the city's infrastructure design and construction bylaw. That was a very long answer. I hope I helped you with your question.
Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just not going to explain it first. I'm going to make the motion first and then explain it, if that's okay. But I'm going to move that the City of Powell River Sustainable Official Community Plan Bylaw 2370 2014 Amendment Bylaw 2777 2025 be read a first time. If there's a second here, I'll talk about why I'm making the motion now.
Second by Councillor Southcott.
Okay, so this whole set of recommendations about this one development has got two parts. And the first is an amendment to the official community plan. And if you look at the official community plan amendment, the intention is to change the property uses on these pieces of property from urban residential single family to mixed use commercial / residential. That basically changes the land use of the property. The motion is to read it a first time, which gives us an opportunity to come back the second and third time and finally adopt it before things come to an end. But that the further readings would take place after we talk about the zoning and the land use and all the details and the requirements and the limitations that come with the second one. So the first one is really talking about whether we agree with the concept of using that property in a different way as a mixed use commercial. And I'm in favor of doing it. I think it has a bunch of opportunities. There's a whole bunch of things we can talk about in the next part of the discussion as to where the roads are, how many roads, how they're orientated, and how we get to that. But I'd like to pass the first part of it first so we can sort of focus on which bits of work we're doing at each time.
Yes, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would be a lot more in favor of the project if they were more amenable to proposing access that was suitable for the purposes that they have there, which is business and residential combined. It's not just residential. The current streets in our plan are not suitable for the purposes they are proposing. And I don't see how their plan addresses any of the shortcomings for the access. I don't know why they would not have proposed some access coming from the property that they already have there. And so I don't know if we send them back at this point or we express our objections to not having that access sorted out a bit better and go to public hearing first to see if the proponent comes back with some other concept designs that are a little more friendly to providing their own access through their own properties for their businesses. And so those are my thoughts. I think they didn't give any alternatives that they currently use, which is they provide their own access through those lands. And they're trying to develop the land and eliminate the access they currently provide and kind of go back on negotiations done in the past about not having those businesses go through those roads without giving any other alternatives. And so I'm not really in favor of this particular proposal, even though I'm in favor of development, and I don't mind the change in the zoning so much.
Councillor Isaac.
Yes, so the I'm going to say genius of Councillor Dowd in just reading the first motion related to the official community plan is now we're just talking about land use. We're not talking about zoning. We're not talking about road access, but this lot of land, what do we agree or what do we think it's meant to be used for? And as Director Gao shared in his report, over time, Grief Point will end up having a bit of a little bit of an economic hub. We've got Pacific Point Market and possible others that will grow over time if this site was designated, if we decided to designate, again, it's about reading it for a first time. We wouldn't be passing anything today, but whether we agree with that in principle and we indicate to the proponent that we are supportive in general of changing the designation. And then the second piece is the nitty gritty of what expectations we would expect to see before second reading, or that we send it back and not do it at all. My question related to this motion, though, through Mayor to Director Gao, is in splitting this motion, are there any procedural issues with splitting this motion? It seems like they're fair to be taken each on their own.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, yes, they are individual motions.
Thank you. So, I support this motion and I'd be happy to get into the second one to hash out the details. But in terms of long-term land use for this site, I think it's a reasonable designation in our official community plan, and I'd be happy to support this motion to move this thing along.
Any additional comments before we call the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Could we put the motion on the screen, please, so that everybody can see the motion? Yes, Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, I'll let staff put the motion on, but we'll go on with the discussion. So I have a question for Director Gao, and there are some considerations that require improvements to Caribou Avenue and Lillooet Place. For example, it would be conducive to the development drawing or the sketches we've seen that have a number of access points into the property from those two streets. Have you had any discussion with the property owner about different arrangements where there would be an existing or a new access from Highway 101 instead of Lillooet and Caribou and different internal roads? Has there been any discussion with the owner and developer about that?
The chair to Councillor Dowd. No, the discussions were pretty specific about this was the proposal they were putting forward and this is what they wanted council to consider. I think this was an opportunity for council to, if you will, send some message to the applicant if there is not support for seeing the layout as proposed.
So just for clarification for the public, this is step 1 of step 8 or 9, depending on how it proceeds. So as Councillor Doubt pointed out, the issue here is, does council see a benefit in changing the designation of how this land could be used in the future? That's the issue. But nothing to do with the nitty gritty about access or whatever. We have, yes, Councillor Palm and then Councillor Elliott.
Go, if she had a hand up, go right ahead.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Councillor Palm and Your Worship. I wanted to say that I would be in favor of sending a message about it's not the designation that's the issue or the change in that, but that, you know, if we keep going down this path, at some point, I'm not going to be favorable to the current road design, and sending that message now rather than later. And so I just wondered if through you, Mayor, to Director Gao, how specifically should we do that within the motions that are coming up?
Through the chair to Councillor Councillor Elliott. Well, I think, you know, the value of meetings like this that are recorded, and I'm at a bit of a distance, so I'm having a hard time seeing if Mr. Barr is there tonight. If he's there, he's hearing you loud and clear. You know, I think it can be official, or it can be something that, again, council as a whole would have to give that message or send that message. But if it was something that was specific that I, as staff, could put in a letter right to council, right to the applicant, and say, you know, council is supportive of the land use designation change at this stage, but not so much the access point. Go back to the drawing board with your consultant and propose an alternative access. That is one way to do that.
Yes, Your Worship. In the past, when we have had these type of discussions on rezoning and whatnot to start the process, oftentimes the proponent himself shows up in the chamber, and we've provided the courtesy of the proponent to speak to council directly and to the public that's here. I would like to extend that same invitation to Mr. Barr tonight, because he just texted me saying, did I miss my opportunity to speak? And I saw he came in late. So I'm just wondering if council would like to entertain a few words from Mr. Barr himself.
Is there a consensus? Yes, yeah. Fine. Please come forward, Mr. Barr.
Your Worship, Honorable Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this. Thank you to the residents that have taken the time to come out. I appreciate the sentiment and the potential angst that they feel looking at this massive development that's before them. The issue is it's not necessarily a massive development. What has been put there, we talk about the accesses, the roads coming off of Caribou, off of Lillooet. This is just a concept. This is something that an architect 3 years ago came up with that says, what could be possible if we did this? And so this is what's possible. Again, as we've heard, all we're here to do right now is housekeeping. You've got 5 pieces of property, a couple little ones, a big one on the top, a hotel on the bottom. And all I'm trying to do is clarify the hotel piece, amalgamate the upper piece, and whether I develop it, whether I joint develop it, whether Seaboard sells the property to another developer to do that, that's really what's on the table right now. And I appreciate, because we've had discussions with council and owners that they want to get this handled and dealt with, and it is important. But I'm happy to field questions. But as long as we keep focused on this, really is a housekeeping message right now, or effort to clarify. So one of the issues is, if the upper portion is residential, which the majority of it is, and a developer, myself or anybody else, could come in and develop the same kind of scope and scale putting in a development permit, and they would have to go through this process and put in the plans and put in the roads and do the traffic study. I'm trying to alleviate that, and happy to do that right now and try and get this straight so we can work with the community earlier on in these stages and try and come up with an amenable solution rather than another developer coming in and say, we're going to put this through. I'm happy to be a good neighbor and try and find a way to work this through. It has always been the address of the Beach Gardens is 7041 or 7071 Westminster. The address of the hotel has always been Westminster. And as we've heard, I've been spending the past couple days going, okay, how do we make this work? Do we make it work if the address is at Westminster? We don't want traffic going to Westminster and up, sorry, what was the street? Yeah, we don't want that. And so if you make that entrance difficult, you put signs up saying local traffic only, you make the entrance curve so no traffic could go onto Westminster. Great, I'm happy to work on that. If we need to move the access up a little bit, great, I'm happy to work on that too. I don't think putting one single access from the highway straight down the middle of that is the best use of it. And I think from our traffic consultant has analyzed and touched on it today that with 5 accesses.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself.
And you're probably right, because we're just here to talk about some housekeeping. Can we amalgamate the upper portion, leave the hotel portion down below? Again, I'm happy to answer any questions, but with regards to all of the access, where it's coming from and all of that, that is so far down the road at this point in time.
Councillor Dowd has a question or a comment.
Yeah, and my comment is that all the concerns I hear are about traffic, and they really all come from the internal road design. And I'm looking at the motion in front of us that talks about all the details or requirements that the applicant submits preliminary site servicing plans, and it goes on, and at the end, it talks about widening and sidewalk construction on Chilco, on Caribou and Lillooet. And this is really a question for staff. Is there an easy and convenient way to expand that so it leaves open possibilities of different interior road networks and different designs that might ease people's concerns? So do you think there's a way to do that, Mr. Gall?
To the chair, to Councillor Dowd. Yes, I think that, you know, the exploration and identification of roads that are inadequate currently through the initial site servicing plan would be a good tool and a good way for staff to understand the civil infrastructure that's going to be required to service this property, regardless of where those access points are. So I think that would be, you know, really what we're asking for is not a layout of the property. The applicant provided that as part of the initial work. What wasn't provided was how are the city's roads going to be developed to meet this level of servicing that's required based on the infrastructure design and construction bylaw. And I think that's a key step for the community to understand, well, no, we're no longer dealing with a narrow country lane. We're actually dealing with a road built to a standard that would be a commercial/residential standard. And we have those standards in our bylaws.
So just to follow up, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to suggest that maybe an amendment that we could make to the motion that's in the package is after the words construction for Lillooet Avenue or Caribou Avenue and Lillooet Place or the words or other road work to facilitate alternative internal road networks.
I think we need some direction from staff. As I was reading it, there was no mention in the actual motion recommended by the city, any of the follow-up details. But, Director Gao, what's your advice?
Your worship, thank you. What I'm understanding from Councillor Dowd is just to add a few additional words at the end of 2B. I think that it broadens the scope slightly and big enough. And if I'm reading it or reading Councillor Dowd's comments correctly, I'm suspecting that it includes looking at how Highway 101 might be applicable, but also how perhaps an easement through adjacent properties may be achieved, and a restrictive covenant or some other tool that the city might hold to ensure that access is directed one way or the other. That's what I understand it to be. Perhaps I'm incorrect, but.
Is that correct, Councillor?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. I know we don't have a motion on the floor yet, and while we're thinking about what we might want to add, I want to make sure that my views are clear. I think if this, well, based on how currently the road is, or the site is currently designed with RM3, there's a potential for housing development there. There will always be some sort of residential housing that access to beach gardens will have to come through. The question is, where should that access, what residential portion should that access go through? Is it through the current RM3 lot, or what potentially could be a future RM4 lot? Does Caribou get widened in order for the beach gardens traffic to flow up to the top? I think at this stage, we are, if we're looking at the zoning and the subdivision, the main sticking point at this point, because the RM4 is totally hypothetical, it could be rezoned again in the future, it could be built, not built, the access points on that roads are all hypothetical. What isn't hypothetical, and we do need to be clear about right now, is what our intention is for the access to the to beach gardens. And my main concern, I'm comfortable with traffic going up Caribou. I'm not comfortable with traffic going up Westminster. Caribou can be widened, or the bylaw or the amendment bylaw as read indicates that it would need to be widening and sidewalk and access points. But Westminster, unless you're appropriating a bunch of land from owners, cannot be widened. And so my interest, if there was an amendment to be able to pass something here today, would be, I don't know if it would be an item B, and again, I would be looking for staff or direction on what this might be, is something that makes possible or makes clear or makes it required that the access to beach gardens goes up Caribou. And whether that's some of the suggestions that Mr. Barr made around signage, but ideally, like, to me, it's even the access point is not, I don't know, I'm not a traffic design specialist, but my main concern, that's my main concern, because access will always go through it in the future, somewhere residential, whether it's a new development that happens or current development. My main concern is where we can't make changes, which is along Westminster. There's not going to be a sidewalk that goes along that street. It's not going to be widened unless we appropriate a whole bunch of land from homeowners along that site. So I'm less interested in an amendment that Councillor Doubt proposed that talks about potential recoordination. For me at this point, it is in order to make the subdivision possible, the outstanding question for me is access to the hotel. And making sure that access point directs traffic along a certain route. So, long-winded question through Mayor to Director Gao. Sorry, I just changed your job description. Director Gao, what might an amendment to this motion look like to the language that talked about like directing traffic up Caribou or something to that nature, like acknowledging that Westminster cannot be, the potential for it to be redesigned is not the same as Caribou because the land is owned by the proponent.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, I think what I'm understanding is, and I hear this loud and clear, not only from council, but the community also, I think from my perspective, to have those conversations, we need to start with that preliminary site plan or site servicing plan, and then start to work from there about what we want it to achieve, because there is physical infrastructure that could be created to really limit the flow of traffic up Westminster. I can think of a few locations in our community that only allow one-way traffic or only local traffic. I don't know that signage is adequate, but I do think that physical infrastructure, the way you design something, I think the suggestion of where that access point by Mr. Barr, if it was just far enough up that people weren't going to double back to go up, they were going to tie in to Caribou and continue up that way. I think there's a lot of things that can be considered at that point. Your question is, how do we include it into 2B? And I guess I'm saying, I'm not sure that at this point we actually need to do that. I mean, if council wanted to be sure that you weren't going to see something the next time that didn't align with this position, then absolutely, you could make a caveat statement in that 2B that, with the, consideration that no traffic other than local traffic will travel down Westminster and up Whitby. But I hear you quite clearly. The community has made their point. It's on my mind in terms of how we would regulate traffic. But I do see Caribou as still a viable corridor to direct traffic from the beach gardens up. And unless council is going to say, no, that doesn't work, I think the city's bylaws would still support seeing Caribou as that corridor, appropriately designed in terms of width, in terms of sidewalk construction. So again, I'm answering in a very long way. I think that, this goes to council. If you feel like you need to include a caveat to 2B that says something along the lines of what I suggested, then that would be where it was. But I'm trying to assure you that I'm hearing you loud and clear. And as staff analyze that site servicing plan, the preliminary site servicing plan that is being recommended, it's going to be clear to staff that how do we ensure that we're not seeing traffic, like I say, double back and take the route down Westminster.
I think it may be appropriate to get a motion on the floor. We can determine whether or not there are amendments to the motion.
You can take a stab at it. So I'll read it all aloud just so that the public knows what we're voting on. I move that City of Pell River Zoning Bylaw 2100-2006 Amendment Bylaw 2778-2025 be read a first time, subject to, prior to second reading being considered by council, a requirement that the applicant confirms that city water, storm sewer, and sanitary sewer infrastructure has adequate capacity, or through infrastructure upgrades can achieve adequate capacity to service the proposed development. B, a requirement that the applicant submit for review a preliminary site servicing plan prepared by a qualified professional that illustrates required offsite works and services as outlined in City of Pell River Infrastructure Design and Construction Bylaw 2225-2009, and should consider road dedication requirements that will be applicable as a condition of subdivision approval that would support street widening and sidewalk construction for Caribou Avenue and Lillooet Place, comma, this is an addition, so a change, heads up council, and limits access to Westminster Avenue, street, Westminster Avenue, I think.
Avenue. Street.
Okay. C, a requirement that the applicant work with staff to prepare a voluntary community amenity contribution offer. D, a requirement that the applicant engage a qualified professional archaeologist to conduct a preliminary archaeological field reconnaissance with the assistance of a Tla'amin Nation culture and heritage technician to determine whether more thorough archaeology investigations needs to be undertaken. E, a requirement that the applicant provide confirmation from the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch that the Beach Gardens Hotel can directly access Caribou Avenue. F, a requirement that the applicant engage a qualified professional to prepare an environmental screening report to identify any potential environmental impacts associated with a proposed development. And prior to zoning approval being granted by council, G, a requirement that the applicant complete the associated subdivision of the Beach Gardens complex that would see 5 parcels amalgamated into 2.
Councillor Southcott.
And I'll just speak to it really briefly. So the RM4 designation and the possible access and roads going through it at this point are completely hypothetical. We would see another development permit application in the future, or the city would, that would outline access points. At this stage, we are looking at the two zones and what requirements we would want as a council to move forward with approving the two zones and the two possible parcels. So at this point, because all of the other access points to Caribou and Lillooet are hypothetical, and are not part of a finalized design, they're an idea of an architect. At this point, the question is about access to the whole hotel piece, because when it comes to subdivision, that question needs to be answered and where that access will be. And my main concern with access to the hotel, assuming that it meets all of these other criteria, for example, the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch confirms that they can access directly from Caribou. My main concern is Westminster. And so just making that explicit, because I've learned over time, as much as we express our will on council, sometimes if it's not written down in a motion, things can get lost over time. And so I just want to be explicit about that. And so that was my intention by adding that. I am not interested at this time in specifically requiring direct access through the upper lot to the highway, because in the future, access from Beach Gardens to the highway will go through residential somewhere. And so I am less concerned about that. It is the making sure that there is good access to the highway from the Beach Gardens that is safe and doesn't go through a side street with a very narrow access.
Councillor Doubt.
I'm actually fine with this motion, and it does an awful lot more than just secure access to the Beach Garden Hotel. It provides all of the stormwater, sewer, sanitary, etc., adequacy for the whole development, all the residential part and the hotels, and all of those things. I think there's plenty of opportunity in there. I just have one question for Mr. Gao. Does this preclude the developer from coming up with an alternative internal road design? I don't think it does, but I'd like to ask you about that.
Through the chair to Councillor Doubt. No, I don't believe it does at all. The one point I might just make, because I've heard it mentioned a few times, is that further development permit processes would kick in and control access. And I just want to highlight that, as I touched on very early in my response to a question, that council's greatest power is at the time of rezoning. And so I think if there are concerns about where access is, those should be secured through covenants and other tools to ensure that they are less powerful tools at development permit stage. And I would be a little bit concerned if there were concerns about access and they weren't secured at the rezoning stage. Thank you.
We have a motion. Any further discussion on the motion before I call? All in favor of the motion? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a public hearing. There was.
I think maybe for the OCP.
Yeah, we're going to call a 5-minute break. So if we could reconvene. Great. The next item, 12.2, is draft bylaw 2774, Parks, Recreation and Culture fees and charges.
Perfect. Thank you. Through the chair, we have for your review tonight a new set of Parks, Recreation and Culture fees and charges. These proposed fees and charges follow direction provided from Council on February 27th that staff increase revenues by 10% over the estimates presented to you then. To accomplish this, we are proposing an increase of 2.5% per year for the next 2 years on our core fees and charges, and the vast majority of facility rentals, with some notable exceptions. Along with an increase budgeted usership of our parks and facilities, we anticipate achieving your direction of a 10% revenue increase. A few items to note that help frame these increases include the following. First, like many other recreation departments have already done, we are proposing to shift our general admission fees. These are our drop-ins, punch cards, and monthly and annual memberships, from a somewhat random pattern to instead be calculated transparently based on the single drop-in visit. This transparency makes it much easier for users to determine their best value for general admission and makes future changes on our part much easier. As a result, there will be some variance on increases in the first year for the 10 and 30 passes and the memberships, but on average, the broad range of these admission rates will increase by 3.6% as a result of the 2.5% of the single drop-in. Year 2 will be all at 2.5%. Second, we are proposing to have a single rate for corporate and public admission. We'll do this by removing the nominal 5% discount that has been historically offered to registered corporate patrons. This not only helps with revenue, but also streamlines our administration by having a single fee. Third, we are proposing to have a single set of ice rental rates for all seasons. Historically, we've provided a 15% discount on average for ice rental during our warmest months, from spring break through to September 1st, when we have ice on. These months actually cost us more to run the rink from a cooling perspective, so eliminating this discount allows for better revenue recovery, as well as streamlining our administration by only having one set of rates. Fourth, we are proposing a 16% increase in the rental of the full aquatic center. This is only for groups renting the main pool, the leisure pool, the swirl pool, the sauna, and the air-conditioned poolside room. This increase does not affect groups or individuals renting part of the pool or specific lanes. They will be maintained at the 2.5% increase. Fifth, to offset rising material costs and ongoing maintenance requirements, we are proposing more substantial increases to specific donations for park benches, tables, trees, and plaques. This donation program has not been operated at a cost recovery basis, and these increases help us get closer. While other municipalities are pausing, substantially changing, or even canceling their memorial programs, we would propose to continue for now with these increases until we can research this in more detail. Sixth, and something I'd like to point out as a change to the originally published agenda, is an increase in our fees for events that serve alcohol in our parks by $25. You'll find that in Schedule E. The original published document indicated that this fee was for events in our parks and facilities. I'd like to clarify, this should be with respect to fees in our parks only. As a side note, part of that republish also included housekeeping edits to correct how we referenced our various schedules in this document as a whole. Finally, one area where we are proposing a decrease in fees is for our super seniors ages 85 and plus. In line with some other municipalities, including Port Alberni, Comox, and Nanaimo, we are proposing free general admission to our super seniors. Last year, we saw 16 of these wonderful patrons in our facilities, and we want to see more of these vulnerable aged community members staying healthy for longer. There are many other small adjustments we've made in this set of new fees and changes or charges, and it has been a broad staff effort to help propose how to best move forward to increase our revenue by 10%. Our recommendation is that this bylaw be read a first, second, and third time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Armida.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Bresloff, for this proposal. I was excited to see it and appreciative of it. A couple of small things. The super seniors option was actually been on my mind for a couple of years, actually. I remember going to Nanaimo for the AVICC conference a couple of years ago and hearing about their super senior rate and talking to your predecessor about that. So glad to see that on there. There was something that I noticed in the proposed new bylaw that I had heard about through a colleague recently, but wasn't aware of, and that is the summer youth rate. I believe it was $50 for July and August, and I didn't see that on the current PRC website either. So I was curious, and it's not mentioned here, but if you could just elaborate a little bit more, as it was in the proposed new bylaw, and I imagine it was in the previous bylaw as well.
Through the chair to Councilor Almeida, that yes, we have had that in the past. It's not advertised all that pronounced, and I think you're right. I don't believe it's on our website, if I'm not mistaken. We do have it already. We are looking at a more than a 2.5% increase this year. I believe it's gone up from just under $35 up to $50. So it's one of the higher increases. It's not a pass that's used tremendously a lot. And when we reviewed to try to right size it, we wanted to target it at approximately 50% of the 3-month youth rate. So it still gives them basically 2 months for the price of 3.
Thanks for the clarity.
Question I have is there a differentiation that was considered for the fees charged to residents of Powell River versus residents of the regional district or other places? And I just raise this because of the significant amount of taxation money that is required to maintain those facilities.
Your Worship, generally it's been considered for a while. We are looking into our options for that. It was not specifically considered for this specific fees and charges upgrade. We are looking at the mechanism of reviewing our agreement with the region, and with that agreement with the region, one of our options, if we're unable to achieve an agreement with the region, then one of the options that we would put forward to council there as an option is to do just that, is to have fees and charges for in the city versus outside of the city.
Thank you. Councilor Dode.
Oh, thank you. I'm just reading the report, and it's pretty clear that one of the objectives is to achieve a 10% increase in 2025 in recreation revenue. But it looks like we've got 2.5% annual fee increases in a whole bunch of places, and I'm wondering where that 10% increase is coming from. If all the fees we're looking at are going up by 2.5%, there must be some other revenue coming in that's well above the 2.5% if it's going to add up to 10% of revenue. Can you fill me in on where that other money is coming from?
Through the chair to Councillor Doubt, there'd be really three areas that we're looking at that revenue. One, of course, is the 2% to the base, and as you've noted, that does not equal 10%. The second area would be those exceptions, except for the super seniors. All the other exceptions are increases above and beyond. So, for example, if we looked at our general admission, the 2% really only applies to the single visit. If we looked at the 10 visit, 30 visit, 1, 3, 6, and 12 month, if you looked at the average increase of all those based on the way we're calculating it now, it ends up being about a 3.6% increase. Now, of course, that doesn't equal 10% either. Some of our others are higher than that 3.6%, as I've noted in the exceptions. And then the final area where we're actually seeing the most increase is an increase in our budgeted usership. When we came to you with our estimates in the budgeting process, we did not have our actual 2024 numbers yet. We budgeted reasonably conservatively, and our numbers were indeed higher than what we expected. Our numbers for 2025 are on track to be equal to our 2024 numbers. And when we did the math and worked with finance, we are confident that we can achieve our 10%.
Thank you.
Councillor Palm.
Thanks. Thank you, Your Worship. Director, I have one particular question, and actually I have two questions. Just let me I have two questions. Think about them for a sec. First of all, let's talk about the super saver rate. You say there was 16 individuals that took advantage of that this past year. What does that give? Do they get free admission, or what's the story?
Through the chair to Councillor Palm, we would be looking at the general admission would be free. So that would be whether they decided to do single visits, 1 month, 3 months, 6 month, 12 month, basically their visits to do swimming, skating, hockey, and I believe there's one that at least one that does weight room and group fitness classes. Those are all included in the drop-in visits, and that's what we would be looking at providing the super seniors at no charge.
Yeah, the only thing that goes through my mind is that with an aging population that we have, probably close to 50% of the population now is definitely over 50, maybe 60. It is increasing as the years go by. I would really like to see the super saver rate reduced for longevity purposes for those seniors to 75 years and not 85. But that's not my call. I hope we give it some thought in the future. If council's not going to invite me to make a motion tonight.
I was waiting to see if there's any more questions. I will move the City of Powell River Parks, Recreation and Culture Fees and Charges Bylaw 2774/2025 be read a first, second, and third time. And I'll just speakly brief to it. I want to really commend staff for the work that went into this and the thoughtfulness. It seems like a lot of things are streamlined and done in ways that provide guidance for future years rather than making up oddball numbers. So appreciate the work that went into it. I know that earlier this year there was a request for normally this would have come to council a bit earlier, and so we said yes, please take more time and be thoughtful and get us to 10% increase in revenues. I think that was an intentional during the budgeting process. That was an intentional suggestion, was not to increase recreation fees by 10%, but instead to increase revenues in the budget. And so glad to see that that we've got a good user base and are increasing fees in thoughtful ways and not hitting people too hard for drop-in rates. I appreciate that a lot.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Now move to 12.3, which is the temporary use permit 007-7373 Duncan Street. Director Gao.
Good evening again, Council. I don't have any visual presentation here. Just I'll try and move through this pretty quickly. So the purpose of this report is to present an application to renew temporary use permit 7 to allow personal service establishment use in the M1 general industrial zone. On September 1st of 2022, Council approved the issuance of TUP 007 to permit the operation of a naturopathic medical office at 7373 Duncan Street. The image, I think it's Appendix C in the staff report, shows the building, but for those maybe that are listening, we're talking about a building on Duncan in the vicinity of the airport on the far side of Duncan. A TUP was required as the subject property is zoned general industrial M1, which would otherwise not permit personal service establishment use. MPAL Enterprise Inc. is seeking a renewal of the temporary use permit to allow the continuation of personal service establishment use on this property. And a temporary use permit may be issued for up to 3 years, and upon conclusion of which the applicant may apply for a renewal. And just a reminder that temporary use permit may only be renewed once. So from staff's perspective, staff are of the opinion that while the operation of a medical practice on the subject property is, as per the Sustainable Official Community Plan, neither in keeping with the intended or desired use of the city's industrial land base, this must be balanced with the community's ongoing need for healthcare services and the precedent established by the previous council to permit the temporary use at 7373 Duncan Street. The tenant for which temporary use permit 7 is concerned is Broadleaf Health Collective, a private medical practice providing services in naturopathic medicine, massage therapy, and acupuncture. And that completes my presentation. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you. Again, this is a renewal. The renewal would be, it needs to be done before September 1st of 2025. So we wanted to get it on this agenda, considering that there is a bit of a break coming up.
Thank you, Director Gao. Any questions, Councillor Pong?
I'm just going to move the motion for discussion if necessary. I will move that temporary use permit 007 to permit personal service establishment use at 3737 Duncan Street, legally described as Parcel A, Block 7, District Lock 5731, Group 1, New Westminster District, Plan LMP 26076, be renewed for a final 3-year term ending September 13th, 2028.
Seconded by Councillor Isaacson. Any discussion before we move? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's kind of a question through your worship to Director Gao. I take it we didn't have any feedback from anyone in the neighborhood because I see no issues were risen. I recall during our first kick at this traditional use permit, that we had talked about maybe perhaps changing the allowable uses for that type of zone. At that, I don't know what became of that, and my concern is when this traditional use permit runs out, I guess they have to apply for a new one, and if it was a permissible use within that zone, that would not be necessary in the future. Was I wrong? Did we talk about that? Did we come to any kind of conclusions?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yeah, you're correct. There was some discussion about how we would look at existing uses, but probably broader than that, and as part of the comprehensive OCP update. And so in 2022, we really were thinking about an OCP update prior to the time that this would come up for renewal. As we know that we are not there. And so okay. I say to you today that my hope is that we are in a 3-year window in a place where we are having those discussions. And that would be the goal, to look at specifically the land use designation and the benefit of maintaining industrial land base. It's a much broader conversation about what is the right move for our community. Where do we see industrial and economic development activity focused in our community? And I will say that stretch of Duncan is an interesting one where it is zoned M1, general industrial, but there are a lot of uses that I would say don't actually fit the industrial zoning. And so I think it's in part because there isn't a place for people to go. So it's part of a much broader conversation.
Thank you.
We have a motion. Any further discussion? Call the motion. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Just before we move to 12.4, we do have a limit of 2 hours, and I expect we're going to exceed that. And so we need a consensus from council that we will continue on after 9 o'clock. I see a consensus, so we'll move to 12.4, which is the SOCP and Zoning Amendment 125. Director Gao.
Good evening once again. So the purpose of this report is to present an application that proposes to amend the land use designation and zoning of a 111 hectare parcel of land located adjacent to Millennium Park and the city's recreation complex between the Joyce Avenue and Timberlane Avenue corridors. And you can see on the screen the subject property situated in the area that I just described. I would offer that this report is an introduction to the proposal, and that should council direct staff to proceed as per the recommendations in the report, there will be further reports and council decision points to come. Coubertin Real Estate is a division of Mosaic Forest Management Corporation, and they have made an application to amend the land use designations and zoning of their large and centrally located property, referred to as the benchlands by them. It is worth highlighting that these lands are currently held as privately managed forest lands, and Coubertin, through Mosaic, is exploring opportunities to remove these lands from the private managed forest land program for the purpose of developing them for residential development. The application proposes to amend the city's official community plan and the zoning bylaw to facilitate this change in land use. If successful, Coubertin anticipates that the time horizon to complete a build out of these lands to be roughly in the range of 30 years.
We lost him. He's not online.
You get him back?
I'm sure he went to click next.
Sorry, everybody, I am back. That was the wrong button. Don't push that button. I'm just going to share my screen again. I was actually just trying to, hold on one second. I was just trying to move the image, and there we are. That's what I was trying to do. My apologies. As mentioned, the subject property is large. It measures 111 hectares. And so to provide some context, and you can sort of see this in the image, the area is bigger than the residential neighborhood of Townsite and is twice the size of Cranberry Lake. And I'm referring to the water body, not the neighborhood. So from a growth management perspective, these are important lands within the city, and the decisions made today will have a lasting impact on the residents of tomorrow. So consideration of how these lands could address the community's current and future housing needs are paramount to Coubertin's vision. The Sustainable Official Community Plan currently identifies 3 land use designations for the subject property. The largest of these areas is designated as Employment Center, followed by Urban Residential Low Density. The remaining lands are designated parks, schools, and green space, and represent lands around the McFall and McGuffey Creek corridors. The applicant's current submission proposes only 2 land use designations, Urban Residential Low Density and Parks, Schools, and Green Space, and it proposes to remove the Employment Center designation entirely. This change would permit council to consider rezoning most of these lands to accommodate residential growth. However, removing the Employment Center land use designation would impact the city's ability to accommodate future industrial and economic growth activity on these lands. Staff support a shift from industrial to economic growth to residential use for these lands, but from a financial resiliency perspective, it is important to consider how the city will maintain adequate employment generating lands for the future. This goes to my comment that I made a few minutes ago. And this is a broader conversation that will happen when a comprehensive update to the Sustainable Official Community Plan is undertaken. And when that happens, it will be supported by a land inventory and capacity analysis. For now, as a third of the property is already designated as urban residential low density, support for residential development in this location already exists. If council supports housing as the right fit for the entire parcel, redesignated employment center lands to urban residential low density is a reasonable consideration. The urban residential low density land use designation is intended to accommodate ground-oriented residential uses with existing infrastructure that is close to recreational amenities and commercial services. Acceptable forms include residential dwellings with or without secondary suites, as well as a variety of ground-oriented multifamily residential buildings such as duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and townhouses. There would be value considering additional diversity and acceptable housing forms in the urban residential low density land use designation to better align with the findings of the city's interim housing needs report, as well as to promote more financially resilient development patterns. And that is because increased taxes collected per acre of land developed will reduce infrastructure deficit over the long term. To increase the diversity of housing types permitted in the urban residential low density land use designation, it is recommended that apartments be included as an acceptable form of housing. And this can be done by including additional language as a text amendment in the policy framework. As for zoning, most of the subject property is zoned to E2, which is the large lot rural zone, and it permits low density residential, natural resources, and agricultural uses. And you can see on the image on the screen, a small portion of the northeast corner is zoned R2, which is the single and two family residential zone. And that permits up to 4 dwellings per lot. And that's a change following the adoption of Bill 44 legislation. So the current application proposes to rezone blocks at the northern and southern end of the property. And these are shown on the screens as blocks 1 and 3. No change to the zoning of block 2 is proposed at this time. Should the owner wish to rezone block 2 in future, a new rezoning application would be required, which would provide an opportunity for council of the day to reassess the community's needs at that time. And this is valuable as the community's needs in terms of housing and land use are always shifting, and the city will be best served by council having the opportunity to review those needs and use their land use approval powers to ensure they are met. In terms of the zoning proposed, ongoing dialogue and negotiation between the applicant and planning services staff continues to ensure minimum housing density targets are achieved across the site through density averaging. The application now includes lands where a mix of larger ground-oriented developments and medium density apartment style multi-unit residential housing can be established. These areas would be located near Joyce Avenue to take advantage of the urban residential core emerging in this area, as well as proximity to commercial services and great access to recreational amenities such as Millennium Park and the recreation complex. Based on previous council's direction, staff are targeting a minimum density of 35 dwelling units per hectare for developments of this scale. And so for comparison, much of the traditional development pattern in Westview has a density of 10 units per hectare. The newer residential development at Edge Hill Crescent, just across the street from this property along Joyce, is averaging a density of 15 units per hectare. And for an extreme contrast, the new apartment development at Edge Hill Crescent and Joyce Avenue has a density of 130 units per hectare. Those are the two 5-story apartment buildings at the corner of Edge Hill and Joyce. Staff see a requirement to meet 35 dwelling units per hectare as being modest and fair, and the developer will achieve much of what they want, and the city will meet some of the housing-related targets. Staff are looking for council to endorse this level of density as it will help further negotiations on the finer details of the proposed zoning. For today, staff are seeking direction to continue those negotiations and then return to council with draft amendment bylaws for consideration at a later date. It is also recommended that staff be directed to initiate early consultation with the owners and occupiers of land within proximity to the subject lands pursuant to the Section 475 of the Local Government Act, and that completes my presentations. I'm here for your questions.
Thank you, Director Gao. Do we have any questions for Director Gao? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you help me remember where the agricultural land reserve ends? Is that like not on this block at all, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. Yeah, so why don't I just share my window again? I don't know if you can see my cursor. Can you see my thing moving around?
Yep.
Yeah, so your question is, or your answer is correct. ALR doesn't exist through here. The ALR designation was removed from these lands, I believe, in the late 90s, but there is ALR adjacent. So this block here is ALR and other portions of the community, and there's some ALR in this vicinity down here.
Doubt.
I'm looking at on page 5 of your report, where it says in bold that staff be directed to facilitate a wider range of housing types permitted in the urban residential low density land use designation through including a text amendment into the policy framework that includes apartment as an acceptable form of housing. I've read these a few times, but it seems a bit of a stretch to me to call a 6-story apartment building part of a low-density residential neighborhood. But I think that's what's being proposed here. And I look at the city map that I've got, maybe it's an old one, about urban residential minimum, medium density, urban residential low density. And the low density actually is not just this one block, it's a number of other blocks. And I think if I got my color blindness problem sorted out, I think there's a big chunk of it just on the other side of Lund Street from the developed part of Wildwood right now. There's a big chunk that goes right down to the bluffs, and there are some other sections of it. So was it the intention to allow apartment buildings in all of that property? And the documents we've got says up to 6-story apartment buildings. Or my preference would be, if we're going to allow an urban low density with apartment buildings, it'd be limited to a much smaller area, in particular, perhaps only part of the block that you've pointed out in this proposal.
Through the chair to Councillor Dow. Yeah, so maybe worth just kind of explaining that relationship between the official community plan land use designation and the zoning. And so absolutely, would there be an opportunity for council to tailor areas within that area based on zoning? And so the goal here is to establish a land use designation that has the flexibility for considerations around different types of zoning. So to your question, is it staff's intent to see a 6-story apartment building on these lands? At this stage, it's not, but that being said, there is definitely an interest in the applicant if they're going to be pushed into a more dense form to go up higher. I think we're continuing to negotiate what that looks like. What was proposed by staff as a reasonable type of density transfer was actually RM4, and RM4 only allows 4-story buildings, or 13.5 meters is what it is. And so that is a 4-story building without a variance granted by council.
I was reading a lot of documents the last couple of days. I didn't underline where I found in the report that the applicant was suggesting 6 stories for apartment buildings, and the fact that, you know, it's a matter of economy. The more floors you've got, cheaper it is to build an apartment building. I just want to state that, you know, my preference would be is if we're going to add apartment buildings in different zones that they're not currently allowed, that they be in small, well-considered areas, because I don't think we want put a bunch of them in different places where they might not fit the character of the neighborhood, like Wildwood, for example. And there we go. I'll just leave it at that for right now.
Through the chair, may I just add one final comment there, and I just want to highlight, and I think it is a very fair comment, and I think that that's where the tool of zoning comes into play to really give council the ability to tailor that. But I do want to highlight that apartment, based on the way we define apartments, can be limited to a 6 unit building. So the building at Algoma, that is a 6 unit, a very new building there, it's only 3 stories. It's technically defined as an apartment building based on its the way that people access it. So I understand the concern, and I think that that's more of a how do we go about introducing zoning. Again, I'm an advocate for having a broader land use designation to allow many different uses rather than having to go through a land use designation process to kind of consider a unique situation, if you will, and rather that be limited to zoning.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. My understanding is that when this whole block was removed from the ALR, the intention was in anticipation of the community's need for economic development. So it was thought that this would be dedicated. I believe the justification for its removal was that the land was intended to be used for business and light industry. Clearly times have changed, and I haven't heard much discussion of that for a long time, but has there been any discussion between the proponent and your planning department that relates to that kind of possible land use in that area? I'm just reflecting on the temporary use permit that we previously had in this agenda, and the considerations previously of how that area that is supposed to be designated for industry is actually really drifting in the other direction towards business and smaller applications, and the city still needs land for light industry and business. So has that come up in discussions for this block, any part of this block? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Southcott, there have been some discussions. I think if you go to one of the technical reports that was submitted as part of the development proposal, there's a market review analysis that strongly emphasizes the value in residential, and that's what's driving Couverton. That's what Couverton does. I'm not suggesting they've never built industrial parks of any kind of scale, but they are residential land developers, and so that is the drive behind this. If your question is, should there be a bigger conversation about whether the loss of employment center land use designation is going to impact the cities in the future, I think it's a valuable concern, and I highlighted in the report. It's a hard conversation to have without that land inventory and capacity analysis. It is a piece of property that sat, as you said, came out of the LR in the late 90s for the purpose of seeing it developed as for economic development. It sat for a quarter of a century and hasn't seen any interest in it whatsoever. So I think that there are some questions about the viability of seeing those lands developed and whether there's actual need for it. But again, without that land inventory and capacity analysis, it's hard to identify that for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you. So right now, the recommendation is to have that average density to kind of support more density, perhaps in block 1 closer to Joyce, and lower density in block 3. But there's a chunk of block 3 kind of in the northeast corner that's fairly close to the Cranberry core and similar to the inclusion lands that we push for a little bit of density on. I'm thinking about this lot of land 75 years from now, and as Cranberry commercial core grows over time, having more people living closer to it in order to support the businesses and services and have a walkable community. And so I know that this is we're not at the point of actual design and development, but I'm wondering what you foresee as possible at this stage if I'm thinking about my concerns about a desire for more density closer to Cranberry core.
And through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, I think that's a great observation. That is one of our it is one of our neighborhood core areas in Cranberry, and it is one that probably needs some interest and investment into to help support it. It hadn't been an area that we, myself and the consultant, had looked at in terms of additional density there. But it's something that I can definitely take back to the table and say, as we're looking to average the density across, is there a way to also allow for some of that, some of the larger lots that might allow for, say, a ground-oriented, townhouse development in that vicinity to support some of the housing need and drive some of the commercial activities in Cranberry.
Follow-up question, if I can, or actually, it's just a separate question. In the road layout, the proposal currently for Block 1 has a feeder road connecting through Complex Way. I think I have that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I think in the proponent's report, which was very thorough, there was a little bit of language put in there that shouldn't have been in there, because they kind of offer two different analyses for levels of traffic, depending on where they think council might go. And so I'm curious about any concerns that you have about using Complex Way as the feeder. I mean, it wouldn't be the only access point for Block 1, but it would be a prime access point for Block 1, especially for people heading downtown. So any flags for you there?
The chair to Councillor Isaacson. I think, if your question is about, in part what we've been discussing earlier tonight, the impact of additional traffic and what that might have on the Complex Way, Joyce Avenue intersection, I think that's where city staff will be looking at, is there a trigger for when we need to look at that intersection? There are times of the day where that is actually a very busy part of our community, and adding more traffic to that is something that's going to need further consideration. I don't necessarily have concerns, because I feel like it's one of those where, with the right investment, infrastructure can be created. I'll throw it out there. Maybe this is the city of Powell River's first, roundabout. I mean, maybe there's an opportunity here to see something really quite new and interesting in our community. Again, I don't want to own that if that's going to create chaos in the community, but it does seem like it's an area of our community that might be really benefit from that type of free-flowing movement.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Alternative traffic routes that we have been contemplating in the past, that might be other than Manson, would have had us taking a route kind of alongside the power line, which is this stretch of property. And it appears that the concept is to not build any more main routes in here. And I'm wondering if that's wise. It seems to me that a straight route off of Joyce down to Timberlane might be more practical than trying to use the older main routes that we currently have a little bit of limitations on.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Elliott. Yeah, I think perhaps much like an earlier conversation we were having about conceptual, I will highlight that what's provided by the applicant here is conceptual. When we're talking about road dedication, we are working at time of subdivision, taking dedication as part of that. And, the subdivision improving officer would have insight into, for example, I believe you're referencing the policies in the OCP that speak to a future highway that uses Complex Way and provides that corridor. So it isn't lost on staff that there may be an alternate road network than what's been proposed. It hasn't been discussed in detail, and I would again, just highlight what's been proposed as conceptual. Does that, again, early days for road network planning, but I think that there's an opportunity for us to solidify kind of what makes sense for the community through this process, and perhaps include that as an update to the road network plan in the city's official community plan. Yeah, so hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess that's why I was asking the question. If we're updating the official community plan for the area, would it make sense for us to also include provisions for that right of way through there?
Quite
Councillor
possibly.
Doubt?
Just want to make a comment on, I think what Councillor Elliott is talking about is a road along the right of way, the power right of way between Joyce and Timberlane. And I'm thinking that maybe the reason that the developers didn't propose that was that road would have to cross all of the creeks, all of the wetlands, and all of the riparian areas that are laid out on the property.
Good.
Yeah. I guess my comment is I had the opportunity to participate in the public meetings that were held on the subject property. And with regard to industrial and commercial land, I think most people are aware that the 60%, the final part of the old mill site, has been sold to a company with strong record of developing industry. And the one thing that always comes up is if 200 new employees are brought into Powell River in order to develop the old mill site, where are they going to live? So I think this type of project has been well thought through. And I think we always got to weigh the fact that you can't attract industry unless you have reasonable housing. So I support that staff continue to look at amendments that would be required for this subject land. So, do you wish to put forward a motion? Councillor Isaacson.
I move that staff be directed to prepare for council's consideration draft amendment bylaws to City of Powell River Sustainable Official Community Plan Bylaw 2370-2014 and City of Powell River Zoning Bylaw 2100-2006 that would facilitate development of a 111 hectare parcel of land located adjacent to Millennium Park and the city's recreation complex between the Joyce Avenue and Timberlane Avenue corridors, legally described as Lot A, District Lot 450, Group 1, New Westminster Land District Plan, LMP 25234, PID 023-209-101, subject to a wider range of housing types permitted in the urban residential low-density land use designation be facilitated through including a text amendment into the policy framework that includes apartment as an acceptable form of housing, and average density of 35 dwelling units per hectare across the site be achieved with the increased residential density to be located within Block 1 lands that are closer to the Joyce Avenue corridor, and areas of lower residential density be located in Block 3 closer to the Timberlane Avenue corridor, comma, with consideration for more density closer to Cranberry Core in Block 3, period.
Seconder for the motion. Southcott seconded. Any further discussion before we vote on the motion? Councillor Doubt.
So here we have the specific language that talks about in urban residential low density neighborhoods, not just one, but a text amendment to the policy framework that includes apartment as an acceptable form of housing. And in my view, that would be anywhere within the lands designated urban residential low density in the city. And I think we should be more careful and more prescriptive in that. So I won't be supporting this.
Any further Councillor Elliott?
Just have a clarifying question. I think you added something about the Cranberry neighborhood that was not written
Yep.
here. And I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah, it was referencing my question around potential density in block 3 closest to the Cranberry neighborhood core, because as it's written right now, most of the density is intended in block 1 and low density intended in block 3. And I had asked the question, and Director Gao had a lot of these details would have to be fleshed out. This is the first stage, and they would be going back to the proponent and bringing back draft amendments to us. But I wanted to just specifically mention to have that consideration for higher density in block 3 closest to the Cranberry core.
And then I had a question around sort of our process here. We're talking about amending the official community plan and zoning as well. Is that correct? Or is it just the official community plan and zoning is separate?
No, they're both in here.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Elliott. Yes, that's correct. They're both. It's staff would be bringing back bylaws related to an OCP amendment as well as zoning.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. No further discussion. All in favor? Opposed? The motion passes.
And consider on. Continue on. I move that council, with respect to considering an amendment to City of Powell River Sustainable Official Community Plan Bylaw 2370-2014 that would support the multi-decade development of a 111-hectare parcel of land located adjacent to Millennium Park and the city's recreation complex between the Joyce Avenue and Timberlane Avenue corridors, has considered appropriate consultation opportunities with persons, organizations, and authorities pursuant to Section 475 of the Local Government Act, and directs staff to mail notifications to persons and organizations that own or occupy property within 100 meters from the boundaries of the subject properties to inform them of the proposal and solicit feedback, and directs staff to notify Cuthbert Regional District, Tla'amin Nation, and School District 47 to inform them of the proposal and solicit feedback.
Seconder, Councillor Southcott.
Just one, maybe a question, actually, through the chair to Director Gao. Because of really, this is a monumental piece of property within the city. I feel like 100 meters is appropriate in terms of direct impact to homes near the property. But as the rest of the community is highly involved, yes, this is a public meeting, but unless you're really following agendas, you won't necessarily know that the opportunity to provide feedback is available. And so can you remind me if notifications like this might also go up on social media or in our monthly newsletters?
Through the chair to Councillor Isaac, can I speak first to the recommendation and just as a reminder, the director, myself, I do have the discretion to include that buffer area, if you will, and so the 100 meters is a minimum. What we typically do, and I commit to doing this, is working with Couverdin, get the mail out radius that they used when they initially did this consultation. It was much larger, and I would mail, the city would mail to the same people. We don't want to have situations where somebody says, hey, I got invited to a community open house, and then you guys didn't let me know that something further was going on. So as a starter, that's how I would start. We just used our template language that we would typically use for this type of thing. But in terms of how we notify, absolutely, I can work with our, manager of properties, partnerships and public relations to ensure that we're using all avenues to make sure the public knows, because early engagement isn't legislated in the same way that a public hearing is. So there isn't that notice in a paper. So I think we can use our own resources to make sure that there's we cover a broader area of notification.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So when we amend the official community plan, do we not also have a public hearing?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, absolutely, yeah. So between first and third reading, there is a requirement to have a public hearing. And in this case, it's going to be a public hearing for both the zoning and the OCP, because the zoning doesn't align with the OCP as is.
Okay. And so because we're coming into summer, timing-wise, we kind of expect that in the fall, do we?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yeah. So the absolutely, we don't like to engage in the summer. you don't get the kind of feedback that you're looking for. Public hearing would be much further down the road. The initial engagement is really that idea of letting the community know that this is what's going on, getting feedback, and so that when staff do prepare draft amendment bylaws and a report for council's consideration of typically first reading, we're incorporating some of those concerns into our considerations and our recommendations coming forward. So even that, though, I would want to wait until later in August, with the idea of leaving that engagement period open through September for quite some time. So yeah, we're not anticipating putting notice out tomorrow. It's something that we will put out a little bit later on. Otherwise, we will just be engaging when people are doing their summer fun activities.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Move the motion. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much again, Director Gao.
Thank you.
Now move to 12.5, which is the 2024 Statement of Financial Information.
Actually, I could introduce it to your worship, just in the interest of time. It is an annual submission that's required by the province of British Columbia that's to be sent to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs on an annual basis. It's the Statement of Financial Information, commonly known as the SOFRI report. And the Chief Financial Officer is available should there be any questions from council.
We have a
I'll go ahead and read the motion. I move that the City of Powell River's 2024 Statement of Financial Information be approved for submission to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and that the Mayor and Chief Financial Officer be authorized to sign the Statement of Financial Information approval form.
seconded by Councillor Southcott. Any discussion? Before I call the motion, all in favor? Opposed?
I'm in favor.
Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Now move to unfinished business, which is 13.1, Powell River Community Forest 2025 Spring Grants. Turn it over to the interim CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is an update of the previous report submitted to council. It's been updated to reflect the previous motion of council when this was presented. And I'll turn it over to our CFO, Ms. Denniston, to give a brief report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This presentation is to provide financial facts and background relating to the city's Powell River Community Forest Corporation. For background, the city established the Powell River Community Forest Corporation almost 20 years ago. The Powell River Community Forest Corporation is fully owned by city taxpayers. When the corporation started to earn a profit, City Council created the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund. Annually, the profit from the corporation and the interest earned in this reserve is transferred to the Community Forest Reserve Fund held directly within the city. Since Council must establish a bylaw for each reserve fund, the Council of the day decided that the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund bylaw would restrict its funds to capital projects that benefit the community. Now, historically, funds from this reserve have been granted externally to nonprofit organizations, as well as used internally for city assets that benefit the community. Examples of city-owned assets that benefit the community are the recreation complex, the track, the seawall, the bike park, and various trails and parks. In this presentation, these are called city community assets, since they are city-owned assets that benefit the community. The city's sewer and water services, for example, would not be eligible for Powell River Community Forest funding under the current bylaw. It is completely and solely within Council's authority to change this bylaw to allow the Community Forest Reserve Fund to be used for any other purpose. Over its almost 20-year history, approximately 19 million of the funds have been spent and are committed to city community assets, such as the recreation center, the track, and the seawall. Approximately 12 million of this fund has been granted externally to nonprofit organizations, mainly for capital projects that benefit the community. The following slides will show how granting the Powell River Community Forest funds externally to nonprofits impacts property tax. To understand this link, we must first know the cost of maintaining the city's existing community assets in the coming 5 years. This question relates to the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund, since this fund is the largest portion of capital funding for the city's community assets. Council has approved $19 million of capital spending on city community assets in the 2025 5-year financial plan. This does not include the recreation complex rehabilitation costs, which were temporarily pulled from the 2025 capital plan, since the costs have increased so significantly that more time was needed to re-evaluate the estimate. In order to maintain the recreation complex, which is past its useful life, the 2020 rehabilitation plan estimates $24 million in upcoming capital costs. Now, assuming no inflation on the recreation complex rehabilitation plan, this totals $43 million of estimated capital costs for the community assets owned by the city in the coming 5 years. These estimates come with a massive caveat, which is that construction costs have increased between 4 to 5 times since this rehabilitation study was completed. So it is anticipated that the updated cost to updated cost estimates to be proposed this fall will be much higher than $24 million. However, for the purposes of today's discussion, we will assume that the total capital cost estimate for city community assets will be $43 million in the coming 5 years, even though we know it will be significantly higher. So how will the city fund this $43 million in community asset capital costs if only $19 million is secured in the approved funding? Council may direct other available reserve balances to be used, which could be estimated around $8 million. But even after this additional funding, there would still be a funding shortfall of $16 million that would need to be funded by further property tax increases. So you can see that the city, that if the city had not directed $12 million of the Powell River Community Forest funds externally to nonprofit organizations, this internal funding shortfall would be $12 million less. This is not to challenge in any way the community benefit from these grants being donated externally, but it is simply to demonstrate the relationship between donating funds externally and the resulting property tax increases, since a common question from the public is, why are property taxes increasing? One of the questions that has been asked is if the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund is funding property taxes. It is not, but I can see where the question comes from. The fact is that the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund always funds community projects, whether owned by the city or by nonprofits. The nuance is that the community forest funds are granted when they're granted externally, property taxes need to increase to make up for the loss of funding that would have otherwise funded the city's internal community assets. This slide shows that if the $12 million was not donated, the funding shortfall would be $4 million instead of $16 million. Since the funding shortfall is funded by property tax increases, this scenario demonstrates how property tax increases when the city diverts funds externally away from internal services that have a significant capital funding deficit. To summarize, when the city donates its Powell River Community Forest Reserve funds externally, rather than using it to fund city-owned community assets that have a funding shortfall, the city must find another source of revenue to fund these capital costs. And this other source of revenue is tax increases. Another consideration of granting funds externally is life cycle costing. The assets that the city funds externally are not included in the city's asset management software, so the city is not saving for their replacement. However, if the city funds a large portion of a significant capital project, the city may be approached to fund the future capital cost improvements and replacement costs to maintain this new infrastructure, unless, of course, the nonprofit can find other sources of capital funding in the future. Now that we've covered the background facts that the city owns 100% of the community forest and that the city's Community Forest Reserve Fund can be used internally to fund capital costs for city community assets, or it can be diverted externally to fund nonprofit capital projects, and also that the city has a significant capital funding deficit for its community assets in the coming 5 years and beyond, we can talk about the 2025 Community Forest Grant process specifically. In its annual budgeting process, Council determines the amount of the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund to be allocated internally and externally. During the 2025 budget process, Council provided direction that the total Powell River Community Forest grants to nonprofit organizations be limited to 10% of a 3-year rolling average of the Community Forest's yearly dividends. This direction resulted in a 2025 grant amount of $425,314. When this direction was given, the 2024 dividend estimate from the Powell River Community Forest to staff was $600,000. On March 3rd, the Community Forest Corporation reconfirmed $600,000 as the 2024 dividend estimate to be used in the budget. On March 14th, the 2025 financial plan bylaw was published for consideration of first 3 readings, and by March 27th, the financial plan was adopted, using the $600,000 dividend estimate given weeks before. On April 29th, approximately 1 month after the financial plan was adopted, City staff were notified that the 2024 dividend was updated to be $3.7 million. The question is, should this have changed the grant amount approved in the 2025 financial plan? The answer is no, because it was not provided as part of the estimate until a month after the financial plan was adopted. Council may, however, amend the 2025 financial plan at any point within the financial resources available. The other question is if the higher dividend changes the fact that property taxes must increase when the funds are granted externally. And the answer is that no, it does not change that fact. There is still a property tax impact to granting away these funds. This is because the dividend simply moves the funds from the corporation to the city reserve. But the city owned these funds since they were earned within the corporation. Since the asset management program is based on the city's consolidated earnings, all of the earnings in the Community Forest Corporation, aside from working capital, are factored into the city's long-term asset management funding strategy. The dividend does not change how much money is available for long-term funding of the city's community asset. It just changes the timing of when the funds are sitting in the Community Forest Corporation and when the funds are sitting directly in the city's reserve. To demonstrate this concept, imagine somebody, we'll call him Joe, and he's got a savings and a checking account. If Joe donates $10,000 to an NPO, it doesn't matter if it came from his savings or checking account, he still ends up with $10,000 less to fund his own costs. Now on to the 2025 Community Forest Grant discussion. The 2025 financial plan includes a grant to nonprofits funded by the reserve of up to $425,314. The 2025 property tax levy was increased by 1.7% to fund this grant. If this amount is granted, there is no further impact to property taxpayers. The financial implication of granting higher than the approved budgeted amount would be an increase to 2026 property taxes. A grant amount of $748,494, as proposed by the Committee of the Whole, is $323,180,000 higher than the approved budget grant. This would increase the 2026 property tax levy by a further 1.2%, which would cost an average single-family dwelling approximately $35 in taxes more next year. One question is, how can Council give a higher grant than what is approved in the 2025 financial plan? The answer is that Council may amend the financial plan after it is adopted, as discussed earlier. Council also made a motion on the March 20th Council meeting, which references their ability to amend the financial plan after it is adopted. The motion was that the 2025 Community Forest dividend and contribution to city projects and nonprofits be determined according to the same process as 2023 and 2022 with participation of the Community Forest Working Group, and that the process for determining dividends and contributions for 2026 be determined in collaboration with the Community Forest Board, the city, and the working group, and that the 2025 financial plan draft bylaw be amended accordingly. So as stated by staff in this meeting when this motion was made, there is no impact to the 2025 financial plan during budget deliberations as a result of this motion. This motion refers to Council's authority to amend the financial plan after it is adopted, and has been done in previous years. It is within Council's authority to amend the financial plan, but the financial plan could not be amended until it was adopted. Therefore, this motion did not, in fact, the 2025 financial plan while it was being deliberated. In summary, Council direction was properly followed for the 2025 financial plan. Should Council provide direction to amend the 2025 financial plan, staff will carry out the direction provided. In conclusion, these are extremely challenging financial times with great need on all fronts. The city's community assets are past their useful lives, and there are insufficient savings to replace and or rehabilitate them. The recent inflation in the construction industry has only widened the infrastructure funding gap that has been discussed throughout the financial planning process. Staff's aim is to equip Council with the facts and recommendations that align with Council's direction to maintain service levels. So with that, I thank you so much for your time and am available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the extensive research that you've done. I'll open this for questions before I ask my own. Yes, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you so much, Director. I want to ask a question about those things that are in the 5-year asset management plan that are attached to the Community Forest Reserve. We sometimes move things from the 5-year plan to further in the future and determine that we are not covering those within that 5-year plan. For example, sometimes our paving isn't as robust as it should be, and that is because we don't want to raise our taxes to cover that paving expense where we should be. So we instead pave at a lower rate and we don't get all our roads done that we should. I guess my question to you is, if we choose to delay the rec center because we need a more fulsome conversation about what to do with the rec center, and we don't assume a particular cost for the rec center, does that change how we allocate things in the 5-year plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, it does not change unless the service level is determined to decrease in the future, because what it does is defer the capital costs and create a greater number that we call the backlog. So in our asset management plan, there's a backlog column that shows everything that should have been done by now that hasn't, and everything in the future. And so not tackling capital projects just changes it into the backlog budget. And we're still trying to fund the backlog plus the future projects. So when we're looking at our long-term asset management funding, it doesn't change that. One risk we do have is though when we're not on top of things like preventative maintenance and capital upgrades in a timely manner, sometimes the cost can be higher to replace. So for example, with roads, if we wait too long, it's quadruple the price to go down to the base layer. So staying on top of things is more cost efficient as well.
Thank you.
I'll make my comment. I really appreciate the extensive work that you've done and bringing forward a message that nobody wants to hear. The way I look at this is, if I lived in a house for 20 years, never did any maintenance, suddenly I woke up and everything was crumbling around, then I would really have to look at what my expenditures were in order to continue living in this house. So in the most simplest sense, I see that the city, for whatever reason, has not made adequate reserves to deal with asset management. And talking with mayors around the province, this is not unique to Powell River. It was an opportunity in the past for councils to have a 2% increase in the taxes for property owners rather than maybe what should have been a 4.3% increase. So I appreciate the fact that you've hit the bullet here and presented some good information for council to consider as we look forward to considering the amendment that was made at the Committee of the Whole, and also for preparing us for the 26 budget that's going to be coming down the line. So thank you very much. Do we have a yes, Councillor Southcott?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to try to make my question specific. It relates to something that impressed me a lot before I was first elected in 2014. There was a wide spectrum asset management plan that was put in place. What really impressed me was the figure of $4.5 million per year was expected to be spent to basically maintain our assets. So that essentially was city-owned infrastructure, pipes under the ground, roads, etc., the basic stuff. And I honestly don't know whether it included management of the complex or not, because it's a long time since I've looked at that plan. But what does impress me, or what I understood over the years, was that we never actually spent that $4.5 million a year. What we did do, according to my understanding, is that we fixed things basically as they broke and upgraded things as best as possible as we expected them to break. And I think that over those years, that approach actually worked quite well for the city. The thing that I'm aware of now, this is my question, quite simple, is the rec complex is one asset, and consequently, it is scary to consider how much it's going to cost us to maintain it according to the level of function that it provides for us right now. But we have never, to my knowledge, we have never actually questioned whether that's what we want to do. It has been an assumption up till now that we would maintain the function of the rec complex exactly the way it was. We also, I think we've just started, although this started to consider how we fund it. Although this goes right back to 2016 when we did the expanded regional recreation study, which pointed out some pretty salient inequities of funding. But we've never addressed that either. So that's the second part of my question. We have assumptions, basically. We're just going to keep doing things the way we've done them. But the question basically is, have we, that I am not aware of, ever questioned those assumptions?
Through the chair, the assumptions were initially questioned in 2020 when the rehabilitation plan for the rec complex was brought forward to council, and council endorsed completing all those projects and using the community forest reserve fund to do so. And then since then, it's just reaffirmed in the budgeting process that if services are, if the direction is for services to be maintained, that is staff's direction to maintain all the infrastructure that supports those services to that exact level. That being said, when I talk about, new costs, we are in some pretty unique times with how rapidly the costs have increased. And so when we get some updated costs in the fall, it is within council's authority to take that information and maybe pivot direction should council wish to do so, or request to look at things from a different approach. Sometimes rehabilitating is the most cost-effective approach, but in different times it's replacement. So one of the struggles is in 2020, not only were the prices so much lower, but the asbestos abatement requirements were also less stringent or less strict. And so now we're also faced with even higher costs when we touch any of the buildings. So, that definitely within council's authority to continually question based on the new information that comes. So I would say in the fall, when we're talking about the 2026 financial plan, that'd likely be part of the discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Doubt.
But, I think Councillor Southcott and the CFO have both hit on an important topic for discussion. And that is, what service level does this council want to provide to the taxpayers and at what cost? And that is a discussion to get on with as soon as we start talking about our financial plan and our budget for 2026 and ongoing. And I'm thinking that maybe we should try doing something different this time, other than saying we're going to have the same level that we had last year of service. And if anybody wants to change our budget, change our financial plan, that's when you do it. Making a decision on what the levels of services are going to be. But we have a motion that was referred from the committee of the whole a couple of weeks ago, and it's 10 o'clock just about already, and maybe we should discuss that motion.
You wish to put it on?
I'm not making that motion, no.
Do you have a motion?
I suspect that motion wouldn't pass from conversations I've had with my colleagues. And so I've formulated an alternative motion, which I've sent to our deputy corporate officer. And so if she would like to put that up, I would make that motion. So I move that council approve grants from the Community Forest Reserve Fund for a total of $415,387.88 that include the following 9 projects and amounts. The Powell River Academy of Music roof for $145,000. The Lang Bay Community Club for heat pump, $9,775. Timberlane Fine Arts, $54,000. Powell River Lawn Bowling for improvements to their accessibility for $42,737. Backcountry Horsemen for paddocks for $5,000. Willington Creek Residents for benches, $12,875.88. Powell River Farmers Agriculture for a concrete floor in the concert hut for $40,000. Cathette Park and Wilderness for cabin upgrades for $6,000. And the Powell River Healthcare Auxiliary for new store renovations, $100,000. And if I get a secondary, I will speak to that.
Second that.
Thank you, Mayor. So while we've gone around with a lot of debate in our committee of the whole, the need for prudent spending was highlighted by all. The community forest grant is also, or reserves is also open for a fall intake. And I have priorities that I think may need funding there as well as some others do, namely the foundry, which is on the list of applicants, but not being considered at this time because the Cathette Hospital District is also considering a funding of that project along with the McLeod one. And so it's prudent to sort of wait until that process plays out a little ways before we dive in there, because we're not interested in double funding from 2 different organizations, tax-paying organizations from within the same community. If that isn't a done deal, it may not even work out that the hospital district can fund those, but they are working on it. And so they are not on the list yet, but I wanted to encourage those organizations to let them know that we may consider them at a later time. Many of these projects are not fully funded in this recommendation, and that is because we value them considerably, want to contribute to them, but are hoping to have nonprofits find ways to find partners, shared funding, other matching funds, and other types of grants to fund things rather than relying solely on the community forest for all of the funds that they need, so that we can contribute and not necessarily bear 100% of the costs of some of these projects. And so that was some of the thinking that was popular in the conversations I was having with people. And this is the motion I have come forward because I believe that we can get these grants approved for these projects so people can move forward with their plans.
Councillor Dowd.
Yeah, so where to start? I think what I like to think back to is I've been on council for, I guess, is this my 7th year of discussing community forest grants and how those go. And they have always, in my experience, started with recommendations from the community forest. You look at the applications and what they do for us as part of their volunteer service is they make recommendations, but they don't just go and have a cup of coffee or a sandwich and talk about which ones they like best. They talk to all of the proponents. They make sure they have valid projects. They make sure they have plans. They make sure they have building permits. They make sure that they have the capability to complete a project using the funds that they've been given from our community. That's an important part of it. They watch the projects as they go through. They make sure that they're budgeting enough to do the projects in the beginning and that they can finish them. So we've gone a long way from the recommendations, and we had at our previous meeting, the community forest give us a list of recommendations. It was over $1 million of donations that they were recommending. The motion that we came up previously at a committee of the whole included a number of reductions in those grants. My concern is that when you simply reduce by half, take a $20,000 request and give $10,000, or take a $200,000 request and give $207,000. You're not doing all of the work that goes with that. You're not guaranteeing that money is actually going to produce a project. If you write a check and send it to an organization to do a $20,000 project and you only give them 10, there's no guarantee that they're going to be able to even start, let alone finish that project. But that money is gone. Well, I'm in favor of following the recommendations we get when we get people to do that. And, I'm disappointed at this recommendation. I know that there are others. We had the Foundry who came and talked to us about the $1 million they'd like to receive from the city. I don't think they're going to receive $1 million from the city, even in the most optimistic point of view for a spring grant. But perhaps the money will come from somewhere else. But I don't think I'll be supporting this. We look at the McLeod Recovery Program. Their request for $584,000, I think it is, $564,000, was to complete a project that's already started. Now, maybe they'll get money from the regional hospital district. Maybe they won't. If they don't, that means we've already sunk quite a few community dollars into a project that's not getting the money to go ahead and do what they were going to do. I think it's a little late in the game to start reevaluating these and cutting into portions without even talking to the applicants about whether or not they can use the part that we're going to give them. So that's my 2 bits worth.
Councillor Almeida, and then Councillor Palm, and then the mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate those on council who have gone through the efforts of revising this. I wasn't too thrilled with how we left the committee of the whole when we had this on the table a few weeks ago. Councillor Elliott made reference to having some funds left over for fall grant applications, but based on the information that we already put through in the budget and what the CFO just shared with us, that's where, if this goes through, there's only about 10 grand left based on what we budgeted for 3 months ago. So yes, we can still make amendments, but those amendments could impact us for 2026. So it just depends on how we want to approach it. But I am content with where we're at here, and I can see where Councillor Dout's talking about where we're not giving the full amount to everyone, but I'm hopeful that a lot of these projects can access other funds that are available and get some matching dollars to go along with it and be able to achieve what they need to achieve.
Councillor Palm.
Thank you, Worship, through the chair. First of all, just want to start by saying that I'm disappointed that Community Forest Board hasn't been invited here to the chamber tonight. They should be. I think I'm the only councillor in this room that's been here since we received the first check from our community forest back in 2008 when I was first elected, which built the track at that time, the new track. So we were losing the old one. And I'm not going to go down the list of all their accomplishments, but I just want to name who's on the board. Mr. Greg Hempel is their chair. We've got long-serving members in the name of Mark Anderson, Ron Fuller, who is an original, Rod Tisdale, I believe, was been there for maybe since the second term, Lori Brown, Howie McCamey, Bill Bird, Mark Hassett, and Janet May are current board members of our Community Forest Board. Those are referred to as volunteers. They volunteer their time and have done so since their inception. We are just fortunate in this community that when the board was being formed, the regional district didn't want our community forest because they were approached first. Since a large part of their land base, our community forest is in the regional district. We are just fortunate that it landed on this table and that the councillors of the time had the vision to go forward. $32 million plus later, that has rebuilt this city, because I ran the first time because there was commercial buildings boarded up with broken windows on Joyce Avenue. And the rest of our town was falling apart. I'm sorry to say, but if it wasn't for your community forest board, I'd shudder to think the state that this community would be in. Because that 32 million has probably been matched with over 10 million of additional funding from those groups that they've supported on the nonprofit front. Those dollars are stretched. And the volunteers keep working. They're not shut out. They work for us for free. And I'm very disappointed tonight to see this recommendation come forward, because according to the bylaw that our community forest and city works under, it states not for capital projects within the city. So the vast majority of those funds have gone into buildings, recreation, and other amenities that the city has needed. They were there in times of need for 16 years. That's got us where we are now. The next 2 to 3 years in this community are critical because we don't know about the mill site, and it might take a little while to get it up and running. But 3 of us have met individually with certain community board members and had a frank discussion. They were amenable to coming up with a 2 or 3 year plan to help us deviate from the bylaw to keep things city running until that mill site starts bringing in taxation. Now, the greatest disappointment I have is when I approached the mayor before Christmas and asked him, please go and meet with the Community Forest Board, and ask him the council would like to meet with the board. That has not taken place. the communication has not taken place, other than the three of us doing the meeting and coming up with some resolution to our dilemma. Because by contravening the bylaw that we work under, which states that the Community Forest Board are the people that are responsible for dictating who gets these grants after all of their due diligence. All of their due diligence. Nobody at the city is doing that work. They are. Never lose sight of the volunteer power that they bring to the table. So I beg you to not contravene the current bylaw of the Community Forest Reserve that we work under, because for the next 2 or 3 years, if we find ourselves in court, an illegal hassle with our Community Forest Board, and they walk or they take us to court, where are we in those 2 or 3 years when we need them the most? So I beg you, as Councillor Dowd has said, please accept the recommendations for this year, or 1 point whatever, and then have a meeting with the Community Forest Board to talk on a pathway forward that benefits this community to the greatest. I can't say it loud enough. I hope you can all hear me out there, because that's what we need to do now, because the communication has not taken place. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, I'm going to ask our CAO to comment on the allegation that the recommendations from staff is not consistent with the bylaw.
The bylaw states that monies in the Powell River Community Forest Reserve Fund will be used for a special community project will benefit the community as a whole. The money in the reserve fund is not to be used for city operations or for capital expenditures of a regular nature. Before any money is used from the Reserves Fund, the city will seek input from the Board of Directors for the Powell River Community Forest Limited. That's one of the lines out of the Community Forest Reserve Fund bylaw. However, the staff has basically reviewed the recommendations that came from the community forest. So that's what the recommendations of staff are, based on what came from the Powell River Community Forest.
It's the legal aspect I'm referring to, Your Mayor.
Okay. This is a challenging issue. One that I've got 50 years experience of sitting on non-for-profit boards locally, provincially, federally, and internationally. And what I see as part of the problem here is a lack of understanding of corporate governance. And I have been a professor at the University of Guelph as an adjunct, lecturing on the importance of all board members understanding corporate governance. I've participated in national programs to help non-for-profits understand the importance of corporate governance. So some of the basics here that appear to have been lost is that community forest is 100% owned by the City of Powell River. And the staff of the City of Powell River have an obligation to make recommendations that best meet the needs of the City of Powell River. The issues before us that have been brought forward is what would happen to a non-for-profit that did not get the full amount of the funding. And I can tell you that over 50 years, I've been involved in raising over $30 million for non-for-profits. And the key in looking at new projects was to ask the question, are there individuals? Are there corporations? Are there granting agencies that will come to the table? And the approach that was always successful was you look at all 3 or 4 potential donors. Because if you get individuals, corporations, various granting agencies coming together, it's saying this is something that is significantly important to the community. And from my perspective, anybody who puts a grant into community forests or the city, their development group, their fundraising group, should be well aware of the impact that the closure of the mill has had on the city revenues. And our CFO had made this very clear this evening. So I do not share any concern that a non-for-profit that understands governance, understands how to raise money, will have a project that they put forward, that they will not shelve that. If they get less than the amount they asked for from the city, then if it's worth doing, they will go to individuals, corporations, and other sources to make that project happen. So I support Councillor Elliott's motion that she put forward this evening. Councillor Elliott and then Palm.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I wanted to say that I concur with Councillor Palm in that I really value our Community Forest Board members and all of the service that they have provided. And the recommendations put forward in the motion that I have proposed are formed from the, a part of the recommendations from the Community Forest Board. I plan to work extremely hard to improve the way we work in our communications on the working group and between council and the board in the upcoming year. The people who put in their applications for these projects needed an answer, and this is a compromise that I think that council will support. I was in favor, as everyone knows, of taking those community forest recommendations and moving forward with them. We were not going to get 4 of 7 to agree on that today. And so I am trying very hard to make some decisions so that some projects can move forward. And I will leave for tomorrow improving our working relationship and continuing to do better. And that is where we are right now.
I'm going to go to Councillor Southcott and then to Councillor Palm for the second.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is probably about as hard as to decide on as anything that we have faced. I have a fundamental value system that values the social good in our community, and I respect that nonprofits basically multiply the value of any funds they're given. However, in my own experience in my life, I haven't raised the kind of money the mayor has raised, but I have certainly managed my own situation, and I see a real parallel between my experience in the cities right now, and that is that we are at a time of, to use a almost worn out word, great uncertainty. We do not know what really we're going to face over the next couple of years. And the money that we don't give to nonprofits today is going to go into a reserve, which means that it doesn't cut out the possibility of supporting them in the future. So as hard as it is for me, I have to support this recommendation. But I have one serious reservation, and that is the roof for the Academy of Music. I don't know that any of these organizations have alternative plans for raising money. But when you don't replace a roof, what you do is you end up condemning the building. And if the roof fails. You don't have very long before you end up with the kind of situation we had with the inn at Westview, where it became a colossal expense simply to get rid of that. So it wasn't ours, fortunately, but that's what happened. That roof had failed for a while. I personally can't conscience not seeing that roof fixed. The rest of it,
Is that an amendment?
as hard as it is to conscience, I can support.
Are you putting forward an amendment?
Can we hear Councillor Palm and then?
I'm willing to do an amendment.
Through the chair. So what
Just a second.
the Community Forest Board would not have recommended over $1 million to nonprofits if monies were not in the coffer. They brought in over $6 million last year in tree sales. They brought in another $3 million this year, and we had money in the reserves already. And they have their operating expenses covered. So there is a heck of a lot of funds. The city is sitting on over $9 million that's been allocated to various projects in the city that has yet to been utilized. So having received $5 million in taxes last year from the mill site and another over $5 million this year from the mill site, which is still up in the air, but it's being reviewed, and I'm pretty confident that they're going to honor their taxation. Because that's just what they did last year, and nothing has been taken apart in that mill. So I'm pretty confident we're going to be all right for this year. But what I am worried about is contravening the bylaw and putting the city at risk if they were to take legal action and tie up all of those funds.
Going to
It's not-
refer to our CAO
not
because
nitpick.
I believe you're making a misstatement. So I'm going to ask our CAO if that's.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I was hoping that by reading the bylaw, I provide clarity, but apparently I should provide some more clarity. So the bylaw talks about regular nature. That's sewer, water, etc. What we have been using it for are for special projects, like community projects like the recreation complex, the track to seawall, parks, trails, that is eligible. And the bylaw also says we seek input, not approval from Power Community Forest. We seek their input, which in both cases, one, the project's recommended to comply with the bylaw, and secondly, we've sought the input. So we have complied with the bylaw.
Thank you for that clarification.
So sorry, what was the last line? I didn't hear that.
Yes, I could repeat it through the mayor. The last set of the statement I made was that we have been complying with the bylaw.
Yes. So in this regard, this year, since they recommended 1 point something, and council is now going in a new direction, are we not contravening that bylaw that says that they're supposed to be approving where that money is spent?
Through the chair, no, it says seek input, not approval.
Okay.
Councillor Southcott, did you have an amendment that you wish to present before we move on to the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to amend the current motion by granting the 290,000 to the community, to the Academy of Music for their roof.
That would also amend the total?
Yes.
The staff could help us.
While staff is doing that, Councillor Southcott, do you have more information you can provide to council about the state of the roof and whether or not they have alternative sources?
I don't, thank you, Worship. I don't know that they have any alternative sources. My understanding of the Academy of Music is that they've been dependent on this sort of grant to keep that facility going, plus donations and money they've received for the use of the facility, which doesn't amount to, I don't know of any alternatives for them.
Councillor Doubt.
While we're waiting for somebody to do the math, I'll just say that when the community forest representatives were here at one meeting, they showed photographs of the roof and told us about communications they had had with the Music Academy that said that the roof was in the process of failing, that it needed to be replaced immediately or it would cause damage to the building.
We have.
And that's, you know, we're talking about maintaining buildings, spending money on building maintenance. It's something you have to do. If you don't spend it, you either spend more in the future or you spend money taking it down because the city tells you have a derelict building.
We have an amended motion on the floor. Any further discussion before I call the question? Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my only hesitation with supporting this is if we're going to start a train of a whole bunch of increases to this, then I would like to be able to weigh where I would want to put increases. But if this is the only increase that this council might provide, then I might be willing to support it. And so I don't want to, not interested in starting off a rolling, a waterfall of increases and additions. So that's where I'm at.
Just in answer to Councillor Isaacson's question, I came this evening trying to decide what I would do in this, and I knew I wasn't going to support the motion for 748,000 because I didn't think it was enough. And I thought we weren't allocating enough money to projects that needed to be done. I didn't do that because I wasn't sure any of those amendments would get approved. But if Councillor Southcott is successful, maybe other amendments will be. But I've said before, I think we should have accepted originally the recommendations of the Community Forest Board.
Any further discussion before I call Councillor Elliott?
I think I would support this amendment. I also think the roof is incredibly important, and I just hope it doesn't put the approval of the overall package in jeopardy. So those are my concerns, but I'll vote for the amendment and then hopefully the motion will pass.
Any further discussion before I call the motion? All in favor of the amended motion? Opposed? Okay, we have two. Okay, we'll go to the main motion now as amended. All in favor of the main motion as amended? Opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you.
Have my vote recorded. Thank you.
I'd like to my negative vote to be recorded.
Now move to 14 committee reports. We have the Harbor Use.
Your Worship, I just wanted to make one more motion in relation to communication for the grants. If it would please you, sir. Or I could ask staff if it's necessary. I wanted to make sure that we, the city, were going to be communicating with all of the grant applicants to let them know what was happening. And if that requires a motion, I would make one.
Through the chair, I don't think that's necessary. I'll make sure that staff does this communication for you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't hear the CAO's answer.
Would you please repeat for Councillor Doubt?
Yes, I will pass along to staff that indeed the applicants will be notified by staff. So a separate motion not required.
You will be informing all of the applicants for community forest grants about the results?
Yes.
Okay. To 14, which is committee reports. The Harbor Users Advisory Committee meeting held May 7th, 2025. The minutes are attached. Councillor Palm, do you have any further comments on those?
Well, they're pretty well self-explanatory. There's a number of items that the committee is working on, and I just will give council a little update on a couple of items. On the report under 6 unfinished business, the fish cleaning station that I've mentioned in the past, which we were approaching Rotary to take on, they have declined and have referred us to our community forest. So that new cleaning station will not be going forward at this time. You will be seeing shortly, you've already seen the survey that came forward, so that'll be going out to all harbor users for input this summer. We still do not have a bumper log because we have to follow the process that has been used in the past, which is approaching the Harbor Authority to provide that log instead of a donation through our community forest, which they had agreed to, but we have to follow procedure. That's about all, Your Worship.
Thank you. Item 14.2 is the Standing Committee on City Properties for Pickleball Facility held June 11th, 2025. The minutes are attached, and there will be the life of the Standing Committee. It will end on August the 21st, and the goal is to have a recommendation to council or potentially leasing or selling a city-owned property to allow pickleball facilities here in Powell River. We now move to public clarification. Members of the public may ask questions to clarify items discussed during the meeting for a maximum of 2 minutes. Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Margaret Antolovich, and I live at 3232 Kootenai Place, just right across from the Pacific Point. Drive down Venanda and it turns into Kootenai Place. So my concerns are related to the proposed zoning bylaw changes, and I wanted to ask the fellow that gave the presentation answering questions about the traffic flow, why he didn't include Venanda Street, which is across from Pacific Point, and also the Pacific Point complex itself. I love the idea of having the beach gardens area developed, done properly, and with a lot of careful thinking about how the population density will change the many things about that area in the community, but I'm particularly concerned about the traffic. Since Pacific Point has been there, lots of people love to go there for coffee. They love to go there and get their groceries now instead of going into town. This is all great, but there's an awful lot of stuff going on in that little area. It's very difficult to get in and out of, get onto the street from Venanda. And so my concern is with the beach gardens being further developed, having more people there, that there will be an even further concern about safety in the area. So I would like to ask that person would he please consider including the traffic pattern flow for that street as well as for the Pacific Point area.
Councilor Almeida?
Well, I think just to answer the question, because I think council had a similar question on other parts of the community there, and the gentleman from CTS reported on what he was asked to report on. And so I'm sure he might have wanted to, on a personal level, dive into other things, but he was tasked with a certain level of things to report back on, and that's what he was reporting back on. So maybe down the road there's an opportunity for
I hope so.
Deeper stuff.
It's not in the It's not in the report. And just as an aside, in terms of the roof, the Powell River Academy, I was just there at an accordion festival, and the roof is definitely leaking. It was leaking while we were watching the performance. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you. I was just going to reply to the question the traffic expert. Well, it wasn't in his report about that intersection. He did highlight that that was the intersection that could use some improvement, and he didn't think it was good the way it is right now. Oh, so
Yes, it's Catherine Yorlofson. I do have a specific question, but I want to make a comment first about why I have that question. So as was brought up at the Committee of the Whole last time when Beach Gardens was up, under Bill 44, I think it is now with the province, that if our sustainability official community plan has already got the zoning requirements, then you cannot have a public meeting, and also the council has more limited ability to deny some of that zoning. So with that in mind, I look at the fact that you've gone the first reading for this bylaw 277-2025, and then wording of this, you want to, instead of be specific, which Councillor Dowd has brought up as well, specific to the Beach Gardens, you want to put in and Grief Point in Westview. That means that if you pass this as this is, the changes that you make for that Beach Gardens development could take place in any part of Grief Point. So with my question then is, would you please consider that you would immediately send a letter to all residents within this area, I don't even know what the boundaries are of it, to let them know that the Beach Gardens proposal as part of it has this potential change as worded by our staff for this SOCP. That we're in a position now, I feel, where it isn't good enough to just tell the people immediately, because the province has already made laws that in the future, if we're not careful of what we say, we are in a bigger area. So I think Grief Point, I've asked again, would you ask the planning department to send the same letter off to all the people in Grief Point to let them know that the change would be effective for their properties as well? As they would be.
CAO. Director Gao wished to comment. Would you like to comment?
I think, Jason, were you able to answer that?
Through the chair to the speaker, admittedly, I don't follow.
doesn't understand the
Direct.
question.
If you allow me, Mayor, in the draft bylaw to amend the SOCP, 2.2 talks about striking a section and inserting in its place a new section, and that adds Grief Point in that. That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. And so it's the addition of Grief Point into the description for 411 mixed use commercial / residential. And the concern is that it would then apply to all areas of Grief Point.
Yes.
That's the concern. And so
And then in the future, right.
Mr. Gao.
And with bylaw, this law from the province, law 44, means in the future, you could not hold a public hearing if somebody wanted to put an apartment building down by, the airport park, the airplane park. Couldn't have one.
Through the chair to the speaker, I think you might be misunderstanding the preamble, the policy statement, and the powers related to the land use designation. So while I appreciate the concern, and I think you always want to be careful when you are changing things within an OCP, technically, the bylaw or the OCP currently allows, by way of a redesignation of the Pacific Point in 2018, mixed-use commercial lands into the Grief Point area. It wasn't addressed at that point. This is more of a housekeeping. What I think you're getting at is there isn't that same concern around a public hearing not being required. A public hearing, if a property came forward with an application to amend the land use designation to a Grief Point area, to mixed use commercial residential in the Grief Point area, it would trigger a public hearing because it wasn't. It would be an amendment to the existing land use designation. So the vast majority of land use in Grief Point is urban residential single family. So I don't see this as being this. I don't have the concern that you're sharing about Bill 44 applying and things being able to happen without, because the land use designation would still need to be changed. Does that make sense?
No, not entirely, because
so
then
the
I
land
don't
use
see.
designation in the Grief Point area is vastly urban residential single family. So if an applicant for a property adjacent to Pacific Point came in and said, hey, I would like to change my land use designation from urban residential single family to mixed use commercial residential, that would be the exact same situation that we're in today with Peach Gardens, where there would be a public hearing required for both the official community plan and the zoning bylaw, as you so correctly pointed out last time we engaged on this topic.
Thank you, Director Gah.
Okay, so my overall question was, could you send a letter to all the people in Grief Point to let them know about the beach gardens and that the SOCP would be changed with this wording? That was my question.
Yeah, and so I can speak to that as well. As part of the legislative requirements, the city is required to post notice in a newspaper to in two occurring subsequent papers, inviting or notifying the public about the requirement for a public hearing. So that would be, as opposed to sending letters out at the cost of a stamp for every property owner. That's how we notify when we're dealing with much larger areas.
Yes, however, the council also has the right to ask you to send that letter.
Absolutely. And so that would be council's discretion.
Council, do you want to do that?
No.
Okay.
We do have protocols. Do we have anybody online? Oh, sorry, Mr. Galinsky. I forgot about you. Do we have anybody online? Thank you very much for coming out.